Okay, calling to order the 9:30 a.m. Ways and Means info briefing. So we're going to hear from Budget and Finance about the status of the Maui wildfires financial situation. So good morning.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Louis Salaveria, Director of Finance for the state of Hawaii. Thank you for the opportunity to give you this snapshot on where we are with regards to the Maui wildfire. You know, just to put things into context, I mean, this is where we currently stand. This situation has been extremely in flux and really since the beginning. So in context that, you know, since August of last year, when the disaster did happen, we did establish some discipline and structure with the establishment of ESF 16, which was the process that the state took on in order to really kind of get our hands around the financial obligation that the state would have as a result of the Maui wildfire. We've had, you know, opportunities to put policies in place and really kind of begin the dialogue on trying to really create this ledger of expenditures and commitments that the state is going to have to have over the course of this disaster, and specifically how it's going to fit within the financial plan, as well as our asks to the legislature in this upcoming session. And so the major disaster fund is really the fund that we use, that we try to run disaster related expenses. You know, you're going to hear a lot from the departments, and as you have, you know, must have already heard, departments are also already covering expenses internally within their own departments that at some point in time may end up as part of the major disaster fund as we go through the process of continuing to seek reimbursement from the federal government. So really what I wanted to talk to you about is, and you, if you have it in front of you, it's not on the screen yet, it's where we stand with regards to the Maui wildfire financial status. And so if you look at that sheet, and I apologize if the people behind us don't have it, what we have been doing is really tracking the federal portion of what's been coming in to the state for the disaster under two major categories, and that's mission assignments and federal assistance. And as you can see, you know, the total cost for federal operations support and direct federal assistance is roughly, as it stands to this day, obligations of approximately $1.2 billion, of which the state share at this point in time is $114 million. You know, under federal assistance, which is also a 90-10 split, public assistance, the total cost so far has been $175 million, of which the state is responsible for $17.5 million. Housing assistance so far has been about $23 million.
Wait, I just want to clarify then. So these are not the final numbers. Right?
These are not the this is as of February 19, 2024.
Okay.
So these numbers very well could change over the course of this fiscal year and into the next.
So when you say change,
increase.
Okay, so it could increase.
Correct. Yes.
Not that it could change going down.
There are a couple of things that are happening right now. You know, the governor is on his way to DC to basically meet with the federal delegation as well as you know, part of the federal administration to try and see what we can do to continue to maximize the amount of federal support and that we're getting for it. But at this point in time, this is basically our top line exposure in the event that the state has to cover these costs right now. If the governor comes back and gives us some updated information, we'll make those changes in our total financial obligation. But what we need to do is we need to be transparent with you in terms of what we're looking at right now. And with regards to the emergency appropriation bill, which will be heard tomorrow, is the amount that we are thinking that may need to be included in that bill. So,
hey, Louis, they have it up.
Oh, okay. There you go. So you can see right now, the two major categories of federal assistance that's coming around, mission assignment and federal assistance. You know, we are looking at approximately, you know, in total, over $1.3 billion worth of expenditures that has happened. Emergency Management Assistance Compact, you know, right now, the way that it's categorized is that we're covering it 100%, but we will seek reimbursement from the federal government at some point in time. Details of which, what is entailed in each one of these categories. I'm not the best person to answer that. The guys from DOD and Hawai'i are here, and they can help answer the questions with regards to the activities that exist in each one of those categories. Our budget and finances role is really just to maintain and make sure that we have the financial resources to cover our expenses going forward. Behind that, and we highlighted it specifically, and we took that out, but this is currently the American Red Cross contract for non-congregate sheltering. And the reason why we did it, because there's a lot of variability that seems to be happening within that particular category. Originally, we were looking at a 90-10 split, but because of determinations on eligibility and who would be covered under these things, what we are looking at right now is probably closer to like a 50-50 split from a $500 million contract. So right now, what we are basically accounting for is that the state may be obligated to as much as $250 million for non-congregate sheltering through June of 2024. We also have other, sheltering costs through the Airbnb, which is at $1.5 million. And we have some support, that's disaster management support that's happening with two contracted entities that are helping the state really kind of manage through this particular disaster. There are other costs that the state is incurring. And again, these are costs that are being incurred right at the department and not coming through the major disaster fund right now. But these are these MC1 costs. One of the things that we did at the beginning of the disaster, because we knew and we understood that there was going to be a lot of activity that's happening and expenses and invoices needed to be cut and paid, is that departments that were currently just going ahead and executing on these things and paying for costs, we actually asked them from the very beginning of the disaster to start categorizing what we call MC1 costs in our financial management system. And to date, we have approximately $44 million of MC1 cost that is in the system right now. We also have a couple of unencumbered requests for authorizations that are in there, and to the tune of about $22 million. So overall, senators, really, as we are through February 19th, total obligations so far and expenditures have reached $2.1 billion, quite significant, of which the state's portion right now, because of issues on how things are determined, and this number is constantly in flex, the state is currently obligated at about $551 million. And this is where
61.
$561 million, yes. And this is where the issue of what will be coming in with regards to the emergency appropriation is going to happen going forward. When the disaster started, the governor, through the emergency proclamation, as well as redirection of existing, authorization, we infused the major disaster fund to the tune of $199 million. And that included approximately $164 million worth of restricted special purpose appropriations that happened in fiscal year 24, and we redirected that to the major disaster fund. We used $30 million from the governor's $200 million discretionary fund, and there was about $5 million that was currently in the MDF, which brought us to the $200 million number where we stand right now. Right now, we have within the major disaster fund, just from a contracting perspective, about $81 million that's already been encumbered. But we know that number is going to increase because we are already looking at $561 million of obligations that are starting to flow through the system. We've paid approximately from the major disaster fund, state funding, about $21 million, but we also know that that number is also going to be increasing. And some of the reasons why these numbers may look low right now is because, with FEMA and the work that they're doing, they're starting to basically use and manage the federal money coming in so that they can pay for expenses and invoices going out. and continue to manage the cash flow situation that we have within the state. Because at this point in time, again, we only have 199 million in the major disaster fund. So if you think about the $561 million worth of obligations that exist right now, the $200 million, rounding up $200 million worth of authorization that we have in the major disaster fund. The major disaster fund right now is short approximately $361 million for fiscal year 24. And so what we are looking at right now, departments are starting to basically look at what we have existing, what more we can infuse from existing appropriations. But in all likelihood, Chair, we will be coming in and requesting an additional appropriation for fiscal year 24 for infusion into the major disaster fund in order to cover the current obligations where we're at right now. We want to be very cognizant that, there's still a lot of efforts that are going on and the number continues to fluctuate. But as it stands, February 20, this is our best guess scenario on where we are in terms of obligations for the state, Chair. Be happy to answer any questions that you may have with regards to the numbers on the disaster.
Okay, so if you can take a look at this, the budget director went over the American Red Cross line. And that cost is until June, right?
This cost is just to June 2025. Well, actually, these costs that I've said, these are incurred and obligated through February 19 this year. So there may be additional costs that come in through June of 2024, the current fiscal year 24.
Oh, okay.
24, not 25.
Yeah, we're not even into 25
Okay,
yet.
so what this tries to calculate is what would be our exposure to 25. So it's like the budget director said, it's still fluid. That's why his number is different than ours, because we took out a longer horizon, because FEMA is, I guess, obligated to stay to February 25.
Correct.
Unless otherwise extended.
From the information that you provided, I mean, this would represent if non-congregate sheltering went beyond what the FEMA, essentially the FEMA commitment is going to be, as well as covering existing non-eligible, people from that amount, and we would have to continue to cover them in current non-congregate sheltering facilities.
Okay, so the ineligible we cover 100%, and then FEMA eligible they cover.
Yes, the state was for people that are non-eligible, and maybe the DoD guys can follow up on this. For the people that are non-eligible, at the termination of safe harbor, that became the state's responsibility.
Okay, and then I'm not sure, is it DHS that can explain the $1 million a day? Okay, well, go ahead. You have a question? Well, I just want them to explain this real quick so that
You said the numbers can't go down, but if in fact the ineligible are taken care of, that number can go down.
The number could go down. Again, the number could go down, the number could go up. It all depends on, our ability to negotiate with FEMA.
Yeah.
Again, the conversations that the governor is having with his federal counterparts too as well. Again, this scenario
is getting kind of tricky though, because the ineligible versus eligible, there are lots of things that are moving parts.
Correct.
And so, that's where we need possibly caseworkers to defend the state's position so that we can move people from ineligible to eligible. And there's things that they're working out so that we can reduce the costs.
Absolutely.
But it's gonna take costs up front so that we can reduce our costs later.
So who has the registry of all the people that need help? So we look at specifically who needs help, and then it's eligible, ineligible.
I will need to bring some other people up.
But before we go there, can we talk about how we got to the cost?
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, these particular costs that exist right now.
What are those estimates based on for the $1 million?
Oh, those estimates are based upon where we are, the $1 million a day. That's based upon the current contract that we have right now.
Okay,
I know DoD has some updated information, but if you look at the total value of the contract over the course of the year, it's a $500 million contract over the course of fiscal year 24 for non-congregate sheltering.
so the $1 million covers hotel,
It covers a hotel as well as
meals,
wraparound services.
wraparound services, or $1,000 per, which equals $1 million.
Correct.
Okay, any questions on the financial status? Senator
I
Gill.
have a broad question, Louis. So Council of Revenues projects the income that we're going to have. So I guess my question is, what is our cash flow, and are we paying our bills? Because I get calls all the time that the state takes a really long time to pay the bills. So I'm just wondering, all of these numbers, we don't have all of that cash, right? So how are you managing all of that?
So I mean, to your point, it came up during the info briefing in the beginning of the year. Cash management and liquidity of the treasury is as important as managing the current budget that we have right now. I can't speak to our ability to pay invoices per se, but from a cash flow perspective and the way that we manage a treasury, Senator, we know that when we have these basically large expenses that are coming up due, it does require us to manage the treasury and make liquidity available so that we do have enough cash to pay these invoices that are coming in. But to your point with the Council on Revenues, the current financial plan and where we stand right now, given the variability in the plan, we're looking at carryover balances, dipping down below 500, probably even closer to 100 million in fiscal year 25, if we don't get control over the non-congregate sheltering piece of this. And that has other implications associated with it too as well, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure that the state's credit position and our credit profile remains strong even throughout the disaster.
So does the Corps have all of these numbers, all of these projections?
Well, what we are working off right now, and the Corps does have, they are looking at the overall, performance of the economy throughout the state, and the last Corps projection, and there is going to be another Corps update, I believe, on March 8th in a couple of weeks. But where we are right now was the Corps did go up from the original projection, and we're at a 4% growth rate.
They have these projected numbers when they made that projection.
Consider these.
Yeah.
I don't think they consider these per se. They're considering more the overall trajectory of the economy. These are just costs that we're bearing right now. Could it have implication? I would defer to the Corps and the expert of economists that are there.
How much money does the governor have left from the 200 million we gave him?
It's gone. It's
Totally gone.
Yes.
Okay, and finally, I get these statements all the time. What happened to all the millions of dollars of donations that was made throughout the whole disaster?
Yeah.
And people came forward, they're giving all this money, and people are asking me, what happened to all that money?
There's a lot of activity, Senator, that's going on outside of the state's realm. I wouldn't be able to answer how that process is going on. I know that there's a lot of conversations, but I'm more concerned with our state's
No, so we would have to ask, I think, Hawaii Community Foundation and maybe some of the other nonprofits to appear at the next.
Because we're paying all this, but I heard, we heard that people gave millions to help them pay rent, help them pay this, help them pay that. So is it double covering or?
Yeah, and to the point of the variability and the flux of the plan, I mean, we're covering costs and we're booking that. But then, we know that the Hawaii Community Foundation has come to the support that has reduced cost over time. And but the thing is, until that happens, I need to basically maintain what is our exposure level until I get surety that these numbers will be reduced. And because that happens outside of the state operations, I'm not going to take it off of our liability until I actually see.
Okay, so far you went from a 6-year plan of 600 million to now 600 million in the first year.
In the first year, correct.
So and it's unclear as to what the out years are going to be.
Yes. Yes, we're making our best projection right now, but given the severity of the non-congregate sheltering expenses, we were originally expecting only, again, off of the original contract, if it was 500 million, 10%, we were originally projecting 50 million as our exposure. But obviously our exposure amount has gotten significantly higher.
Okay, so the sooner we can get residents into housing or long-term leases, then we can get them off the sheltering.
Yes, absolutely.
So I guess we'll hear from the departments what the plan is to do that.
Sure.
Okay, so but wouldn't you need that plan to budget out in the out years?
Correct. And a lot of what we're doing in terms of this particular exercise and working with the departments is kind of understanding when are they going to start moving, we're the finance people in this particular case, and we rely upon the operational people to kind of provide us that ongoing operational commitment that's going to be necessary. So I would defer to them in terms of like kind of talking about the overall housing and sheltering plan going forward.
Okay, why don't we get to any additional questions for BN? Okay, well, why don't we get maybe to Ha'ima real quick so that we can just get a hold of the numbers. So what our understanding is, and if you take a look at this, I'm just going to read off of this, is that 3,626 units were destroyed. 22% were homeowners, 72% renters. So far, FEMA ineligible is 820 households, and FEMA eligible is about 1150. So I just want to see if
That's correct.
okay. So FEMA and the county they're all working off the same set of numbers?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, who has a question for
I
Ha'ima?
have a question.
Go ahead.
Yes. Who qualifies? What are the ineligible?
So I'll start off and I'll let Administrator Barros add on. So Major General Ken Hara, Adjutant General, State of Hawaii. If someone is undocumented, not a U.S. citizen, COFA, are there any other kind of, that's pretty much it, right? They're considered ineligible.
That's quite a number.
840
820,
or 820, yeah.
and we have undocumented people in the Haina alone.
Correct.
That must be others as well.
The COFA is 40 of those are COFA.
Mm.
So, for the NCS, what's also happening is if the survivor has insurance, FEMA puts them ineligible for payment for NCS. So we're working through that. FEMA had anybody in condos was ineligible for NCS. We just got that resolved. So that number will come down because of the condos. And those are kind of the issues working just the NCS piece. So what the general message was, that's individual assistance for FEMA where you can get direct lease. But when they go into a hotel and they look, okay, what's eligible? They put all these other criteria that we're working through.
Okay, so what's your understanding of the housing time so that we can reduce the sheltering costs?
So
Let me start with that. So
Okay.
Chair, the biggest challenge now is inventory. So we want to move everyone out from hotels, right? No kitchen, very difficult. You cannot cook your own food in the hotel, getting into more long-term housing, but we don't have the inventory on Maui, and especially in the area that the families want to remain. But we're working through that together with the county, together with FEMA, trying to get these people out of the hotels.
Yeah, but wouldn't we have to construct units?
That's part of the plan. I think the mayor can talk about some of the things he's working through, and then FEMA is 1,100, I think, is around.
yes, sir. So we're asking FEMA to build 1,000 shelters. They already have secured the properties for direct lease, and they're just trying to match and get people in.
Yeah, so
And we're trying to accelerate that with them.
so with the 33,626 units destroyed. Okay, do you have a breakdown of how many are in direct lease, how many are gonna go into housing? How many, what, where? How do you break down that number as to where
The-
people are at?
The qualification of the clientele. So FEMA, we can break that down. FEMA breaks that down for us. We can get that to
No,
you.
I get that, but I'm saying, do we have a plan to get them into a unit that we need to build, a unit that is existing, all before FEMA leaves? Because if not, we're on the hook for everybody when FEMA leaves, aren't we? So it cannot just be, oh, let's match them up with a house now when, like you said, homes are not, don't exist. So if we don't get,
The homes
a whole,
exist, right? Inventory is there.
so
It's just not for rental because they're using it for like, for short-term rentals and the tourist.
so you're saying if we don't need to build?
No, it's holistic. So we're gonna build some, and then we're trying to get additional rentals. Now that we can, we freed up the condos, that's a big assistance for us as well.
Yeah, so trying to get a hold of it. How many do we have to build? How many are we gonna lease? How many short terms that to break that number down, the
Yeah.
3,626, and then who's supposed to do what?
So right now, the state, for the state population of what we're tracking as, 1,000 units, we need over 1,000 units. I know we're looking at 500 units as a build, and some other rental assistance using the current inventory. And then for FEMA, again, we're asking them to build 1,000. They're building at least 200 on their first site, their first build site. So
Okay,
there's some builds.
so we're, I guess our first priority is to what? Take care of the 820 households that's ineligible.
Yes, sir.
Because that we're paying for by the day.
Yes, sir.
So the sooner we can get units up, then we can reduce that cost.
Yes, sir.
And then at some point, we have to make sure we take care of the eligible before FEMA leaves. Because then if not, we have to continue the sheltering.
Yes, sir. FEMA will take care of the eligible. That's their mandate. They'll take that client and find them something suitable
2025.
to 2025.
Yes, 2025.
No,
Yeah, so if there's no units available, then what? I'm trying to figure out the strategy of ensuring that we identify units available and build housing so we can take care of the entire number. And what is that gonna cost us for infrastructure? So going back to what the budget director said, he doesn't know the out years because we don't really have a tight strategy yet.
And then the units that FEMA building, some of it is temporary, right? So how long, what happens after that? Expires out.
we have an option to buy. The state and the county has an option to buy those temporary units.
So is that part of the financial plan?
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
yet.
and is it, and are those units eligible for the non-eligibles? Can they move into any FEMA housing? If they're non-eligible, we're recovering their costs?
No,
So
No.
the 200 that they're building, we can't move any of those ineligibles into those units.
correct.
That's what we can do our own thing.
Yeah.
Chairman,
No, so it sounds like FEMA's gonna take care of a portion, but they haven't committed to the 1,000, have they?
Not yet. No,
Only
sir.
200.
215 right now.
So even if FEMA's supposed to take care of them, I'm not sure what the obligation is to make sure that, and the timeline.
Is there a coordinated plan with FEMA, the county and the state so that we know what is the inventory and who's gonna do what?
Well, that's what I'm
So,
asking.
so can you
Yeah,
put that
that's what-
together with the three big agencies who are really supposed to be helping us recover?
Yes.
Chair, may I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, I've been told that FEMA has 1,300 units in West Maui that they're already paying for, that are sitting empty. So what is the plan to get these units moved so people can actually
Well,
get into
well,
them?
first let them verify that that's the amount. Is that
But
correct?
I just want to throw that out there because it's what I'm hearing. There's 1,300 that are under contract right now in the area that are not being occupied. So
No, well, let him verify that amount first, and then he can take the second part.
Yeah, I can get you the number exactly how many units.
Mhm.
But there are units that are contracted between the federal government and the owner. We're pushing hard to get them matched. So what happens is they gotta go in, they gotta do a background check.
that's the problem.
So they do a background check, they don't pass the background check. That's where we need the 215 units, because that person that didn't pass the background check, they would take priority in the 200 units that FEMA would build.
Why do they have to do a background? check?
Well, they're not FEMA though.
No,
So
but they're not here, so I just throw it out there for the public in the world, because it's a lot of the Lima Charlie people who are in non-congregate sheltering are in the background check stage for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. And a lot of the self-arranged yields that are trying to be facilitated between GEM or between FEMA, they're still having to go through the back. So there's a lot of people who are stuck. I guess if people are stuck in the background check, they're in the NCS and it's a 90-10 match, shouldn't FEMA just directly take over the costs of all of those directly themselves?
We've asked FEMA to accelerate those individuals we identified as being qualified. They have a housing solution, or we offer them housing solutions to push hard on that.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Are two things being paid for at the same time? The NCS and the long-term lease that's being, I guess it's vacant until they can pass the background check.
Yes, sir.
So they're in the hotel, and then there's an empty unit that
Mhm.
getting paid for.
And we're paying 10% of their stay in the hotel. We're not paying for that rent. That unit.
Someone's
It-
paying.
So how do we reconcile that so that, is there a way so that we're not paying for, not we, but FEMA and the state are not paying for two things at the same time?
Mhm.
And only one is vacant, and only one being used?
Yeah, we're not sure.
No, we pay for the 10% of the shelter.
In the hotel, the shelter.
Yeah, so
Yes, sir.
the sooner they can get out and go into the unit, then that's, because you're talking about,
Correct.
$1 million a day, 10%.
Mhm. And we're paying TAT on it too.
Essentially done.
Thank you. So can you clarify, the background check is to see that they are eligible
Correct.
and are homeowners, live here
Lived in the area.
and not family visiting
Correct.
at the time? Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
They do a financial background check also with the credit check.
I'm sorry, but that's ridiculous. I mean, people are denied SBA loans across the board whose credits took hits. We're a cash poor, property rich area. You're gonna find a lot of people who are gonna fall out because
Yeah,
they simply don't have a good credit score.
Yeah, so that might be a reso you might want to introduce, urging FEMA to expedite that.
Yes,
Then.
make sure, sure.
Senator
They
DeGoey.
could drop the credit.
So do you guys have a digitized cross-referencing one of the units that you guys are paying for? So we can kind of get an idea, because the state gonna have to do the reimbursement while you guys doing the background check to place these guys in a home that I'm well aware that nobody's in it now. Or do you guys, do you guys go down the next list so that way that home is in vacant to place the next group, whether they're under COFA or they're eligible? Do you guys have something like that so we can kind of get a better idea of people that are being placed right now? And what does that cost?
Okay, we can get that information.
The other thing is, for those that have filed insurance, do you guys also track the insurance filing of when they get reimbursed? Because along the way, there has to be one double dipping going on here. And will that
That's
be,
part of the eligibility, that's what FEMA tracks.
but would you guys do the intake of that insurance, or how that gonna work?
So right now, when we ask FEMA, the process of doing that, there's nothing in place right now. So that's why that population that has ALE on their insurance, they're not eligible in NCS in the hotel. So FEMA is saying that's 100% on the state. We're saying, no, it's not. And we got to work to that insurance issue. if FEMA's, what they want us to do is collect the insurance and then they'll place them in direct lease. So we're working through that with FEMA right now on the insurance piece of it.
But not,
Because-
but nothing in writing, right? I mean, on behalf of FEMA, because I mean, a lot of the stuff has been made verbally. So I guess my concern is, do we actually have any kind of written commitment by FEMA? And if we don't, where does our congressional delegation sit behind reinforcing? Because, you know, the disconnect we're having right now is the snapshot of the plan now, today, going forward. And then the inventory as we move within one system that you can say, okay, here's the eligibility criteria. Whether the individual denies that twice, what is our next step? Because at some point, I mean, there has to be some kind of accountability here, where whether the transport to help get them to and from. I mean, I'm assuming we're not gonna just throw everybody out on the street at a certain day, but can you get us that information as well?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Senator Lee, and then Senator.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks. Just following up on the hotel room questions and costs. You know, for a lot of people who are out in the public, I think this conversation will be the first time they're really getting any detail on what's going on. How much are we paying per night for hotel rooms in Ka'anapali right now?
I can get the dollar amount per hotel.
Yeah.
Sure. And then just following up on that, I mean, aside from the exact dollar amount, I think what's been out in the paper a bit is, you know, $1,000 a night, that kind of thing. Can you just break down briefly what that really means? Because I think a lot of people that's going to be the first question they ask.
Right, so the $1,000 is for the hotel room and the wraparound services. So there's,
But you don't have the breakdown. You just know that that's a contract with Red Cross, right?
yes,
Okay, so.
That's per person,
yeah, per household. Yeah.
Per household.
per household.
Yeah.
Per household, per room.
So the hotel room may, the price may vary from the different 15 hotels, but the price with American Red Cross is the same.
Flat rate.
So that's,
And we're paying TAT on this, right? Because that's part of the itemized charges.
Average number. Average amount.
well, that's all part of the 1,000, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah.
a flat rate with Red Cross.
Yeah.
So if they reduce costs, they take the difference.
Yeah, there's a lot of blind costs that are in this.
I am, can I follow up?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the flat rate per household, it doesn't matter if it's one person in the household or 5 people in the household, they get the same
Right,
amount?
it's, yes, that's the rate that we're using, $1,000
Per household.
per household.
But that doesn't mean Red Cross doesn't spend more on a family of 5 versus a couple.
Right, with the.
But our price is the same.
Yeah, that's the average, and we're using it because there's meals involved. then
Correct,
Wraparound
but
service.
one person and 5 people, the meals are gonna be
Yeah.
totally different, twice the cost, so, I mean, for the 1,000 for one person.
Yeah, so that's where Red Cross is saying if it's a single person and it's 1,000 and you have a family of 5, they're just managing the $1,000 per household contract. So it's not like it's direct. Here's $1,000 for you, family of 5. Here's $1,000 you. It's being managed.
So how does that change? Because in your letter from FEMA, it says that you're not going to get reimbursed for any of the wraparound at the hotels come February 10th. So does that number change for us, or does it still be $1,000 a day?
Well, we're trying to figure out the feeding solution. FEMA's saying we're not gonna reimburse you for feeding. We're sent the letter to FEMA saying that's not acceptable to the state, right? We put these people in hotels. We tell them they cannot cook. You cannot have a hot plate. So how do we get? And FEMA's response to me was, well, Safeway is open. Yeah, but you still cannot cook. So we're in a process of requesting wraparound services to continue. And if the Red Cross cannot do it, we're looking for other different solutions for feeding. We got away from feeding at the condos. And, you know, we said, okay, we're not paying for any feeding at the condos, but the hotels are a different situation. So
So there's a potential that falls back onto the state then. past February 10th, which, you know, it's, so what are we doing at this point? We're just continuing to do the feeding, but we're assuming that costs from here on out?
No, but can you explain what February 10? What's,
That was a date for the non-congregate sheltering. Our initial ask for non-congregate sheltering went to February 10th. We asked for an extension that took us out another 60 days. We'll start crafting the next extension for NCS to take us out another 60, 90 days.
No, but on page 44 of your packet, it says that they would extend the request, right, for the hotel rooms, but they excluded any wraparound services, including food, but that hasn't been settled at this point, right?
No.
Okay, so that's our cost at this point until that's settled.
no,
Yes.
but
that's possible.
wouldn't you have to renegotiate the contract with Red Cross then? Because if they're not gonna cover food,
It's in the amendment that they can stop feeding
or are they gonna,
or continue feeding. Yes.
so is it still gonna be $1,000 a day?
It should come down with the feeding.
Or are they just gonna find food in another area for the residents? And we still pay the 1,000?
Right now, the task force is looking for a different solution for feeding at the hotels outside of Red Crosses, Juliana. But
Okay.
it would still be part of that NCS number, that overall number for NCS.
So if we reduce the Red Cross contract for feeding, and then we have to take on feeding, how much is it when we take it on ourselves?
They're working that now.
So those numbers you still have to work with identifying.
There's a lot of blind.
Wait, let him answer.
So
Yeah.
the I did have a cost for feeding. As the clientele comes down, the feeding cost comes down.
Okay, why don't
I
you,
can get you that
Okay.
number, sir.
okay, and then who pays for the leases once they're out of the shelters?
The direct lease, that's the FEMA program.
Okay, but don't we have two programs? Because the state also has a program.
Yes. And then the state's program for the ineligible FEMA population, DHS is running that.
Okay, so the DHS is gonna do the 500 units at Leali'i. The state's gonna do Hawai'i, and then DHS is also gonna do direct lease for non-eligible
Okay.
and then you can tell us till what date. I think it's helpful for the committee to know when some of these programs start. When do they end? When do the expenses stop? But if we don't, infrastructure and housing may take a little bit longer in some areas. I mean, the 500 unit, I think they're trying to get that up by April. I'm not sure what FEMA's deadline is. When do they expect to get their 230 units up?
I'll get you that number, so that date.
Oh,
The target
okay.
date.
So until then, we still have to pay the 10% at least.
Yes, sir.
Sure. What I don't understand is you guys talking about this background check, of course, quite a while ago, because that's,
No, that's not them. That's FEMA.
no, let me finish. Are you guys not working with FEMA, putting the guys in the houses, right? And if they don't qualify, the state could be in the hook anyway. But we're having empty homes that FEMA's gonna be leaving soon, paying for the empty homes while we're in a hotel waiting for a background check. It's an emergency. You put them in the home, and if they don't qualify, then the state needs to step in. But we're not stepping in anyway. We're letting FEMA pay for those empty homes with federal dollars while we're waiting for a background check. If I'm up for that, put me in a home, I don't qualify, then the state comes in and pays for me to go someplace else. So bring down the cost of the hotel, and we're not wasting money in an empty home. I mean, that's what you guys should be doing. You guys should be working with the federal.
Wait, let me
Calendar.
make this clear. So the FEMA eligible guys are different than the ineligible guys.
Yes, correct.
So with the eligible guys, FEMA is paying the direct lease,
Yeah, but
possibly an
But
empty
it's
home.
empty,
But it's
Yeah,
moving.
FEMA's paying for that.
right,
And then FEMA's paying for the hotel room, except we're paying 10% of the hotel.
right.
Mhm.
Yeah, but.
So while I'm waiting for my background check in the hotel or the tent, wherever I'm at, right? FEMA doing my background check. why we're not putting the person in the home? And if they don't get the background check, that's when the state gonna have to take up the tab anyway.
No. So that's where they're trying to build the 230 units, right? For FEMA.
Yeah, but he's just saying temporarily, if they're up, let them stay there, and they're not, then they.
So that we don't have to pay the 10%.
Yeah, we're still spending money.
That's why I take.
I mean, did you guys even ask that question?
Pay them the tax.
Well, part of it is, when they offer the clientele, a property, we rather not have, a survivor moving several times.
Are they doing that now?
When we, in the hotels, when they move within the hotel.
So do
right?
you guys even have a count on how much people actually left Maui?
We have those numbers.
Oh, you remember we like the numbers, because even that not only being tax revenue that we're losing.
You guys knew you were coming today. How come you don't have a lot of these numbers?
Well, only 25%
So
of the
that-
population's left anyway.
No, but I mean, all these numbers you can get back.
So if you're going to be able to get the direct leases on some sheltering, some is going to be homes that are long-term. They're not going to be ready by February 25. Who's paying for any residences after that? Because I don't know if we can get everybody housed by February 25. Even if we get the extension, okay, then at that point, let's say you only get a couple homes built. Who pays after FEMA says we're out?
FEMA is looking at, even extending beyond that, beyond the 2025, and assisting the survivors that are in direct lease and with rental assistance. So the February 25 is not a hard date that they could just snap the chalk line and they're out. They realize that this is a disaster that Hawaii's never seen, and a big one for the country too. So that they're in it in the long haul with
Yeah,
us.
but the difficult part is, as long as, if we don't have a clear plan, even if FEMA's spending, we're paying 10%.
Yeah.
So we gotta at least get some kind of plan. I hear what you're saying, that FEMA's gonna cover, but then we're obligated as well. And if we don't understand the full extent of the obligations, then we're gonna have a hard time budgeting. So we just gotta figure out it's cheaper for us to help pay for some infrastructure and some housing, so we can just, versus let the thing keep going on and FEMA keep extending and we keep paying 10%. We might as well have just, in the long run, you might as well have just funded some short-term solutions that we can turn long-term. I'm just not sure if that's part of the plan.
The overall plan, yes,
Yeah.
sir. And then they do have the housing task force work, the state and the county working that piece. Our role in Haima is not the
Okay, so
long-term
who's
housing.
the one in charge of that plan?
Luke, for the housing piece, he can speak the housing piece.
Okay. Okay, well, why don't we hear from, we can go back to Haima, but why don't we hear from the mayor, because he wants to address the committee. Morning. Aloha.
Chair De La Cruz, Vice Chair Moriwaki, our Maui senators, and distinguished members of the Ways and Means Committee. It is with much gratitude and respect that I appear before you today. On August 8th, our community was forever changed by one of the nation's deadliest wildfires in over a century and the largest natural disaster in the history of Hawaii. I humbly also come before you today on behalf of the 101 lives that were lost, the 2 people that are still unaccounted for, and the over 10,000 residents whose lives were impacted in immeasurable ways. Today, I am their voice, and we need your help. We're asking for $401.75 million over the next 3 years to assist in the rebuild and recovery of Lahaina. Likewise, the County of Maui will leverage that support with our own commitment of $198.75 million over 3 years. This request will target critical infrastructure, housing, and emergency response needs. And even though I sit on this side of the table, I'm cognizant that we are all equal partners in addressing this disaster. We are all in this together. And with your support, the county is prepared to move forward with our recovery plan. And while you likely will have lots of discussion today about data and other quantifiable objectives, we are focused on the quality of life of our traumatized survivors, our people, your loved ones, our neighbors, your ohana. Never has Maui come to this body with a more urgent, critical, and justified need. And while I fully recognize you're faced with many priorities this session, none are of a higher priority than the people in town of Lahaina. Some may be just as important, but none more important. Every day our people are leaving, and this is a consequence that I cannot make peace with. We must make our people whole again. We cannot do it without the support of the state. The implications of the county having to address this disaster without the state's support would be devastating to our community and would set us back for decades. Our request is both necessary, reasonable, fluid, and potentially reimbursable from the federal government. We know this because of the support given to other counties in the past. In 2018, the legislature appropriated $110 million for flood damage on Kauai, and $130 million was appropriated to Hawaii Island for the Kilauea eruption. In other words, we have a history in this state of taking care of our people, and the only difference is the magnitude of the devastation that was caused by this disaster. I would like to acknowledge your frustration in wanting more information about our plan prior to today. However, the complexity of this disaster requires an unprecedented level of planning. It also requires the careful and thoughtful stewarding of accurately reflecting and representing our community's voice. Our administration, our council members, and I'm sure our state legislators wake up every day carrying the kuleana of our people on our shoulders and in our hearts. We are driven by the 4,692 people still living in 15 hotels, struggling to hold on to hope. We will not rest until every survivor is returned to a place they can call home. There are no words for the gratitude that I feel for our administration and the critical work they continue to prioritize in response to this disaster. And I'm confident that they will answer many, if not all of your questions during their presentation today. Lastly, I would be remiss to not mention our continuous appreciation for our federal, state, and community partners. And I must acknowledge the extraordinary efforts of the Hawaii Community Foundation, the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement, and the Maui United Way in their partnerships and support for the people of Lahaina. If I could just leave you with the words of one of Lahaina's fearless and respected community leaders, Archie Kalepa, says to us, we have one chance. Lahaina, everything is gone. We have one chance to get this right. If we fail, we'll fail for the next 5 generations and beyond. My team is here with me to make a comprehensive presentation, and I hope to answer many of the questions you've already been asking this morning. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Chair.
And we definitely empathize with you and give our condolences to those who perished. And but we also have to ensure that we can take care of dealing with the situation with some balanced approach. Because if we don't have some handle on it, we won't be able to help everybody that needs help. So we gotta somehow be judicious about this. So if you can give us some explanation or some kind of outline as to what the 400 million that you're asking for entails.
We have 33 slides to present to you today by our team that is here. I have about a dozen of our folks here from finance, public works, budget, our Office of Recovery, Managing Director. And I hope if they're allowed to make their presentation, many of your questions will be answered, including some of the questions you asked of Haima.
Okay, I just have a question for the budget director then. So the 400 million that the county is asking for would be in addition to, is that part of any of our financial plan?
No, it's not part of our financial plan right now. It would be in addition to what we're currently asking for from a state perspective.
Can I ask a follow-up? So in any of the past disasters that we've had and that we've given money, as pointed out by the mayor, did we have all these other expenses where we housed them in hotel rooms and paid for wraparound services and food and all so forth?
I am not aware that we had this level of additional costs associated with past disasters. I know that there were costs associated with, such as activating the National Guard and such. But obviously, the magnitude of this particular disaster did
So the
necessitate.
volcano and all the homes that got lost, all those kinds of services were not afforded to them.
Not that I'm aware of, but I know we have people here from Hawai'i and DOD
Okay,
that
so
could
it's
answer
very
that.
difficult to compare what we gave them money up front, as the mayor pointed out, versus what is being asked for now in consideration to everything that is being paid for now and into the future.
Yes, they are two different circumstances, yes.
Senator Milwaukee.
I wanted to know, Mayor, how you are working with the state and whether the amount that you're mentioning, the 198 million, reduces our cost as well. Are you working in partnership with the state?
I would say we're working in partnership with the state in our strategy and in our approach, but not exactly on the financial piece.
And in terms of our concern about the long-term commitment and what we're doing to house people and get them into permanent shelter, your staff will be presenting that, or you have a
Correct.
plan on that?
We'll
as well?
show you every housing program, how many houses we plan to put where, including right up until permanent housing. Actually, if I could, Senator, one of the things we're looking at now is interim housing, trying to take them from emergency housing, which is what NCS was intended to be, into what's, and I hate to use all these buzzwords, but it's interim housing that we're trying to get them to before they get to permanent housing.
And to get them off our list in terms of staying in hotels and with that
Sure.
exorbitant price. That
Everybody can agree to that. Nobody wants to, they don't want to be in hotels. We don't want them in hotels. Our inventory is our challenge. And I realize this is over the decades that this has occurred. And now we see it for what it is when this has happened. So the two choices is to use the existing inventory to build new ones. It's quicker to put people in existing inventory than to build a new place, especially on Maui. Of course, we're going to try to work to that. You'll hear that in our presentation. But the interim housing were the short-term rentals, timeshares, and non-owner occupied homes that were already in existence. They're right there. And it was a matter of incentivizing them through Bill 31, which was a county council passed, which was to give tax breaks to people who converted from long-term to short-term. And through that, we got 1,600 conversions by the first week of February, of which 1,034 of those are in Lahaina or in the West Maui. And so we have another deadline, which is March, to get more of those conversions. Again, we went that route just because the inventory was already there and that was the quickest way to do it. But we're mindful of building temporary homes. And the thing I just want to say about FEMA is FEMA can only put their funds into temporary services, including housing. But they can buy or they can put up a modular home that is temporary in its definition, but we can continue to use beyond the temporary period. They can either give it to us if it's of little value to them, or we can purchase it from them as a used item. And then we can present that to a homeowner.
The interim is coming from which fund?
The interim housing, some of that, well, there's different sources, but some of that will be part of our ask, our request.
Okay, so that you're expecting to be state county match?
The county council already has money set aside. For example, our ADU program, I think we have somewhere between 450 to 500 units. That's permanent housing. And that's accessory dwelling units or HANA units. So we do have assistance from CNHA as well as the county. Those homes, we're not asking the state for any money.
So the total amount is specifically for the number, the 3,626 units destroyed, or is it beyond that?
I actually think it's less than that, but I'm going to have to leave that to my team to give you the exact number, Senator. And they're prepared to do that.
400 million includes the interim housing costs?
Yes. It's infrastructure, housing, and emergency needs.
And the county's only paying 1/4 of, matching only 1/4.
1/3. We're doing 200 million and asking 400 from you, approximately.
Yeah.
You're not matching our encoded costs, the NCS costs and the daily costs that we're having $1 million. You guys are not giving any portion of that.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
So
one-
you're in charge of the task force, right? The housing task force. Okay, so can you explain to us the housing strategy so that we can reduce the sheltering costs?
Morning, Senator Luke Myers, State Disaster Recovery Coordinator. I'm the state lead for the Joint Housing Task Force. It is a split participation with Wendy from the county. In late October of last year, the Joint Housing Task Force leadership was shifted from my role and the state agencies over to the county to better support. So we do have an interim plan. There was an MOU that was signed by the mayor, the governor, HCF, and other partners to produce 3,000 units to the tune of $500 million. About half of that was coming from the federal government. The governor put $150 million towards interim units. The mayor put 40 million and HCF put 50 million. So some of the numbers that you are discussing today are born out of that memorandum of understanding and the potential units that would come out of it. Some of those costs on the state side are part of our budgeted ask, in particular, the RAP program, the rental assistance program from state DHS, and the DHS build at Lely. So at a high level, as the mayor was discussing, we have a transition out of the NCS program into interim housing units.
Okay. Do you have something you can share with us?
I have some numbers. I don't want to confuse anyone with more numbers, but I can share my daily snapshot that summarizes where we are right now and those specific units.
That part
Okay.
of the slides that are coming up.
No,
No, ma'am.
those are gonna be Maui sites.
Maui County.
So how is the 400 million that he's asking for coordinated with what you just reported?
So how's it coordinated? We are working jointly on potential lands and properties that may have mutual benefits for the survivors.
So you have a plan that's gonna have additional expenses?
The state expenses are not included in the 400 million that the mayor is presenting.
No, but you have a plan that says 3,000 units.
Yes, we do.
So if that's 3,000 units with the dollar amount that you,
Yes, they're interim units. So
so why would we add another 400 million if you already have a plan for?
So to build on what the mayor was saying, so in the non-congregate sheltering, the sheltering program, we are trying to transition them out to limit liability to the state
Yeah.
cost-wise and to get the survivors into safe, secure, and stable housing. As we transition out of NCS, we are looking at interim housing units for the next 2 years.
No, I get that. But you reported that you have a budget for 3,000 units.
Yes. Interim
He's
units
asking for 400 million.
to cross over from interim to permanent.
But he just said that part of that 400 included interim.
It does, yes, sir.
So okay, I'm getting confused. And maybe there's some duplication. I'm not quite sure.
There is some overlap in the interim projects that the mayor is representing that are tied back to the memorandum of understanding. So there are various programs that Maui is implementing on the interim side.
Okay, so how can we see a clear plan on how we're going to transition from sheltering to housing and what would be the housing costs? So that we can for the entire plan.
Yeah, the mayor, do you have a
I
comment?
think our team can clear up much of this with their presentation, Senator.
Okay,
Yeah, can we get a picture of the entire, at the end of the day, what the entire cost is to the state? Because it's already 400 million, but you're saying there's gonna be other costs to the state. So we need to have a more definitive
Yeah, but-
estimate as to what that cost might be,
but
because
the governor has not agreed to the $400 million request yet.
We just received that.
Oh, okay.
because it's not just 400 million. There's a lot more other costs that the public needs to know and understand, and the implications to the state budget.
So I think what he's asking you, Luke, if the county is doing interim, how much of interim are you doing so that there's no overlap of the two, which is what we're gonna be tasked with paying for at the state?
No.
But that was the ask.
understand, from a whole community perspective, as the mayor, this is a partnership between the state and the county and the federal and other private partners. The state is committed with the 150 million that the governor has authorized to build 450 units through the state DHS program at Leilii and up to 300 units to the rental assistance program. So if you add 450 into 300, that gets us partway.
Oh, no, I get that. I can add.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
can add.
Yes,
What,
ma'am.
what I'm trying to figure out is when
Where
the
the
conversion
duplications are.
over, that's what we're wanting to know.
So there's no duplication in those programs.
Yeah, but you haven't seen their plan.
Yeah,
have you?
you have, exactly.
With the 400.
Have you seen their plan?
You
I-
just told us you haven't seen it, which is why we were waiting for the slides, and I would rather see the slides so we can get a better idea of where everybody else is coming from. And then we can kind of like wrap our head around it. I think that's where we're kind of, I would love to see the
We're happy to share that
presentation.
when you're ready, when you folks are ready.
Question for
The mayor, yeah, thank you.
I have a question for the mayor. Much has been discussed with regards to millions of dollars that have gone to nonprofits. Have you received any funding or any grants from Hawaii Community Foundation
The county of
directly
Maui.
to the county? From
I would have
Hawaii,
to check because I believe they have given out about 30 maybe or
Okay.
so. So I'd have to check to see if any of those were county. I'm not aware of any that were county requests, but I know there were nonprofits.
But they collected about what, 170 million?
170 million, correct.
So are they gonna to reduce, could they use some of those funds for the long-term housing or at least a
Yes.
large part of it?
Yeah, they could. We're hoping, and I think this is going to be part of our presentation again, but to do a bridge loan with Hawaii Community Foundation's funds so that we can get those potentially reimbursed by the federal government.
so
it's
as,
a bridge loan.
so as pretty much current then,
Yeah.
none of, nothing came to the state, that's for sure. But Hawaii Community Foundation from the outset has not provided any grants to you, as we've heard.
I'm gonna have to leave that to my team. I have not been tracking them giving grants to the county of Maui. I have not, that's not been something that
Thank
I.
you, thank you.
Okay.
Why would it be a loan if the money was given to them for Maui? Why would we have to borrow the money?
Well, we were thinking about a bridge loan so that we could get that reimbursed by the federal government and still
Whether
have
it's
that money
reimbursed or
available.
not, that money came to help the people of Maui. So why would we have to borrow it?
Correct, and
Then
most
why-
of it are all cash. They're all cash, so sitting in a bank.
Why would we have to?
If we get it reimbursed, then we can still have the money available to us rather than spending it and not having any use of it.
Well,
It was,
is it committed though? How you know the money's gonna be there?
well, this is all in progress. This is a fluid situation, so I'm not saying that that's been committed. It's, actually, I mean, I don't know. It seems like a good plan to use the money as collateral, borrow it from them, get the money reimbursed by the federal government and still have that money available to us to be used.
To do
Well, if
what?
they give you the money though, you have the money and whether
Right.
you do a loan or not, but you'd have the money. Why do you have to borrow it from them? And if the federal government gives you the money. I don't understand.
If the federal government reimburses us, then we still have that money available to
Yeah,
us,
you have it in your pocket instead of having it in the foundation's pocket.
right?
Yeah,
Why wouldn't you have it in your pocket? And
Well,
paying interest
okay.
on it?
I might be missing something, sorry.
And it
Well, what-
should be a loan as
yeah, but
well.
what would you use the reimbursement for? So when you use it for the bridge loan, you get the money back. What would you use the reimbursement for?
I mean, it's, I think something I'd like to have our presentation
Okay.
address, but there are costs that we're not addressing today. These are not all the costs that we have for the county of Maui. These are the costs that we're coming to the state for today,
Okay, well,
but we have other expenses. I'm sorry?
do you guys, when do you plan to share the entire cost of Maui with at least the council so that if we wanted to see a similar hearing? We
We've already provided a copy of our presentation to our council member who's with us today, Tamara Paulton,
on the finances.
on the program that we're
No.
presenting
So
today.
what I'm asking is, you see our financial status because of the fire.
I've just seen that today myself.
Yeah, so what I'm asking is, when do you plan to share your financial status with the council? So,
In our budget session that we're in with them, so soon.
okay, but you don't have a similar one pager on all the expenses that Maui's paid for the fire so far.
I'm sure we have it somewhere. I don't have it with me, Senator.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we probably have more questions of Luke, but why don't
Thank
we
you.
go into Maui's presentation? Thank you. Who from Maui is going to present the PowerPoint? Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Josiah Nishita, Managing Director of the County of Maui, also helping to lead the county's Office of Recovery Efforts. Would you like me to just
Yep,
go straight
go
into the presentation? Okay. Thank you very much, Chair and members, for allowing us to be here today. Just to I'll go through this fairly quickly in the beginning, just to give you a sense of where we're at and kind of the roadmap ahead. So, in really simple terms, as we move through this process to engage recovery efforts and our community, some of the first steps that we undertook was establishing the recovery framework. This recovery framework and the needs that are identified, this is a cyclical process that we'll continue to go through with our community. Everything, and we'll cover this in a little bit, everything is available online on MauiRecovers.org, so you can see a complete presentation of our community, our Maui County Recovery Framework, as well as our underlying document establishing the foundation for our recovery efforts. Then we have moved into the identifying needs portion of the recovery process, which has established an initial recovery needs assessment. It's about a 76-page document that's also available on MauiRecovers.org that you can see through public feedback, engagement that has occurred already, community sentiment, and other types of feedback we've received from community partners, state agencies, federal agencies, and NGO partners as well, has established a initial recovery needs assessment that helps to outline a path forward in which we're able to build off of to identify and build projects and then assist the community in prioritizing those projects for the rebuilding and recovery of Lahaina.
Why don't we take a couple questions so they can get situated, because we can't follow until we. The amount that the mayor asked for was 401 million.
Yeah, for 1.75.
And your amount and Maui County's amount was what?
198.75. And I believe there was a question earlier about expenditures thus far from the county side. We anticipate through FY24 approximately $90 million in expenditures related to the emergency response that the county will be having to cover the bill for. Addition to that, we do have revenue loss as indicated by our mayor in the conversion from short-term rentals to long-term rentals. That impact is looking to be about $15 million for that program, as well as in addition to the state incurring, potential impacts to TAT, GET, and other sources. If we're able to move on with the slides.
No, I just had a question.
Okay.
Your 198 million, how are you generating that?
That would be a combination of like real property tax increases, borrowing, reduction in services. Oh, and I believe we have physical copies of the presentation we can hand out as well.
Okay. Oh, okay. Why don't we go?
Sure, just a quick one. How does the people in Lahaina that doesn't have internet or any kind of these services be able to go on this website you've been talking about, because they cannot? So how else are they going to get to see this thing?
Thank you very much for the question. That's a great question. We have been holding community meetings out in Lahaina where we've actually presented this information to community members. Of course, everybody can't be present at every single meeting, but we do have those meetings available, and We're in the process of setting up a recovery center out in Lahaina where people can drop in person to be able to receive additional information and get their questions asked.
Okay.
Okay, just moving along with the presentation, just real quick, just highlighting some of the areas. We have a lot of frequently asked questions available on the website. We are in the process of putting up a timeline for community engagement and outreach activities for the public to be able to follow and know what topics are coming up next and resources that will be available to answer questions. I did highlight this earlier. We do have a variety of information available on the website, but we really would encourage you folks as well as the community to check out the actual framework that's in place for recovery, as well as the initial recovery needs assessment that's been identified as kind of the initial roadmap for that planning effort. We did undergo a synthesis of public testimony that's been received thus far. Many hours and hours of testimony. That presentation is available on mauirecovers.org as well, which identifies a significant amount of the testimony that's been received thus far, breaking it out into common themes and categories, as well as highlighting policy recommendations that the community has provided, and that's all available online. So just to kind of highlight some of the response and recovery efforts that have been undergone thus far, of course, we've been involved in emergency response and life-saving measures, family unification efforts, reentry efforts, structural assessments, community meetings, reestablishment of comms out in that area, as well as critical infrastructure activities. And that's just to highlight a few different areas. We have been working very closely with our federal and state partners. In terms of our federal partnership, because we're working under the National Disaster Recovery Framework and have recovery support function teams that work in coordination with our federal partners and state partners, there has been a significant amount of atypical direct federal assistance that the county has received. Well, I guess to the benefit of the residents, not necessarily that we've received directly. In assistance from the federal government that is atypical to disasters that typically occur throughout the nation. One of the areas I would just highlight is FEMA, for the first time, to my understanding, has agreed to fund the long-term recovery plan that we're in the process of developing, and that is, I believe, about $3.8 million that they've allocated for that. We also are working with U.S. Army Corps.
The 3.8 million is the cost of the plan.
Yes, cost of planning effort as well as staffing and some engagement activities. And FEMA has agreed to fund that effort. On the evacuation route planning, we are working with U.S. Army Corps and other partners through their LifeSim modeling program to identify areas where improvements may be needed, as well as substandard roads and how evacuation efforts could be improved for the future. And this modeling tool can be used to identify impacts from other types of disasters, not just wildfire related, and can be applied to other communities as well, not just our West Maui community. I would just note that our collaboration on the recovery needs assessment with our federal partners and identification of a lot of these projects has federal recovery funding and policy support that's able to be built in since we're working so closely with them. It's an ideal situation, but it's not common for really county and state partners to participate so heavily in this process. But that has opened us up to additional funding opportunities that is atypical to disasters of this type. This is our estimate of a FEMA public assistance timeline. So there, as we indicated at a previous info briefing, we anticipate on the public assistance projects around $1 billion of cost to repair and restore those infrastructure and public facilities that were destroyed by the fire, but that may be eligible for FEMA public assistance. I think the key thing to identify here is we're about 6 months in. So if you look at the chart, we're in this project formulation phase and damage intake and assessment still. The star kind of indicates around 36 months is generally when we'll start seeing reimbursements from FEMA for public assistance, and that can take additional years following that to the complete closeouts of those projects. I think the key thing to note here is that the county does have to front and outlay these costs until 2027, when FEMA public assistance can start rolling in, and that's part of the basis for our request here today.
Wait, real quick, going back to that FEMA assistance. So do you have a projected end date when FEMA physically leaves Maui?
So there's a lot of different programs that FEMA runs. The rental assistance program is typically about 18 months, but can be extended generally for up to 24 months. And we'll kind of get into that a little bit in our housing presentation. The direct leasing and direct housing support, as I think Mayor indicated, other communities have seen FEMA assistance provided through that for many years, given that they are eligible. And because of the amount of damage or destruction to their rental property or to their actual home that they own, they are qualified for that program, which provides additional assistance over others.
I mean, we can go through the whole thing, but I think what we're more interested in is making sure that we have enough units up so that we can avoid the cost of ongoing sheltering. So I don't know if we can skip through that and then later on.
Fair. Is that an additional 24 months or 18 and then to total 24 months of rental?
Yeah, for rental assistance would be like 6-month extensions.
Thank you
Yeah.
for that.
Okay, so after that, who pays?
After the rental assistance period ends. Of course, further extensions could be requested, but generally speaking, once that extension is no longer granted, then it would either be on the individual who was displaced or the county and or state to provide assistance to that individual. Should that be the policy call?
I find that if we don't have a real timeline to let people know, hey, by this date, there's no assistance coming, so make sure you have a plan. That's not being communicated. And that's what I'm trying to figure out regarding the housing component, the interim housing, the sheltering.
Thank you, Chair. We'll move right into that first piece of it, which is infrastructure restoration.
Can I just ask a question on the reimbursement from FEMA in the future? If they reimburse any part of the capital costs that you folks are asking the state for, is the state gonna get reimbursed some of that funding that comes through either by foundation or by FEMA?
I think that's certainly up for discussion as to how that reimbursement process would work. Because the capital outlays have to occur for a significant amount of years, that would need to be mapped out to make sure that cash flow is occurring properly, and not further incurring significant costs associated with that to taxpayers of the county of Maui or the state of Hawaii.
If you're asking for the state support and you get reimbursed for some of that money, then shouldn't that money be also come back to the state?
But this timeline doesn't really match what I'm suggesting. Is that when the sheltering ends, are there enough units available so that we can stop paying for sheltering? That's not articulated.
Thank you, Chair. If
okay, you're gonna have to go through it.
Okay. I'll just skim right through. In terms of infrastructure, really the basis of the plan is to actually get people back to their properties, to limit the state's liability in non-congregate sheltering. That's one of the most kind of expensive forms of sheltering people. And so restoring infrastructure back to properties to repopulate those areas, as well as moving into interim housing measures.
So what are the specific examples then? Okay, if we can just get straight into that.
Okay, we'll skip through the infrastructure portion and we can head right into the housing portion of this.
What page is that?
I believe it is page 19. So this is a proposed plan for consideration. As we mentioned, repopulation efforts are one of the cheapest and quickest methods really to get people housed because you're talking about pre-disturbed properties and already entitled properties. So we work closely with CNHA on data that's available through, FEMA, Red Cross, and other sources. Of course, the data is a constant moving target. And people are, routinely coming in and out of eligibility or ineligibility and transitioning between opportunities. So the data is constantly moving. But just as a general idea, what we're looking at through our data that we've seen through our CNHA partners is that there's roughly about 5,400 households that were displaced by the fire. Roughly, we can reasonably estimate that about 1,400 households have, either transitioned away.
How did you get that number?
It's a compilation of data between the FEMA sources and Red Cross sources as to who's applied for FEMA assistance and who is in the non-congregate sheltering program, as well as receiving assistance outside of the non-congregate sheltering program.
Okay, because when you look at what the information we have, it's 3,626 units destroyed. And right now in shelters, ineligible is 820 households, which I think we're taking care of 500 plus the Hawai'i plus a few other things, which means we only need, for FEMA eligible, we need 1,147. So big difference from what I think the state guys are telling us from what you're reporting.
So, Chair, the 3,600 figure roughly is structures destroyed. That's not necessarily units destroyed.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the numbers in the shelters too. So the total number of households in shelters is 1,967.
Yeah, and you have, that's
Double.
currently in non-congregate sheltering. But as you gotta understand, there are a lot of people that are outside of the non-congregate sheltering too that are still eligible for assistance.
Okay, so what's that breakdown? So you agree that at least the congregate sheltering total is 1,967.
I think I think the most recent number was about 18 something, but I mean, roughly, yeah.
Okay, so can you explain to us where the others come from? The other 2,000 plus.
Okay, so I think from the data that we see, there's about 4,000 households still on island, either within NCS or outside of NCS. Some may be receiving rental assistance, some may be staying with family members, some may have just disconnected from the programs entirely.
Okay.
But from the data that we've seen, that's what we're looking at. This is
Time, if you can just update the PowerPoint and break it out. Because I think that helps us determine what housing projects we need to speed up. Which infrastructure project we might have to speed up.
Okay, we can continue moving on with the slides. So just breaking each of these programs out, the FEMA Direct Lease Program, really initially struggled off the get-go to obtain the needed units. So really to incentivize property owners, the county offered a tax exemption to convert existing short-term rentals to longer-term rental units. And we indicated the potential revenue loss previously. FEMA is able to secure approximately 1,500 to 1,600 units thus far. And the cost of that is completely borne by the federal government. And we just indicated on the slide here, potential revenue loss as a part of incentivizing this.
What's the timetable on the 1,500? When does FEMA say we end?
So this is a part of the direct leasing program. We anticipate that there are about 1,100 households that qualify for direct leasing. This is the program that we talked about earlier that FEMA has funded up to like 5+ years for individuals who have like severe damage or destruction to their rental property or to their home that they've owned. So as long as justification is made that the individuals are making progress towards rebuilding or recovering back to a permanent unit, then what we've seen in other communities is FEMA continuing to provide assistance for this program up until when that assistance can be secured by the individual.
Okay, so that's total federal funds.
Yeah,
100%.
100%.
And it's 1,500 units.
Well, 1,100 units. 1,100 households right now to our estimate of the data qualify for the direct leasing program. FEMA has secured about 1,500 to 1,600 units. And they do try to secure extra because people continuously will become eligible for the program or may become ineligible. So that number is constantly moving, as well as if they need to place others for a variety of reasons. So they do try to put a cushion in there.
So this can be up for up to 5 years, you said?
Well, what we've seen in other communities is, I think the longest was 5 to 7 years. I believe that we've seen them continue to fund that
Okay.
program.
But nothing in writing from FEMA yet.
No.
So even the 1,100, is that FEMA eligible or it's still in process?
No, this is all eligible.
Yeah, it's all FEMA eligible. Okay, we'll move to the next slide. So as has been indicated previously, the FEMA group housing sites, they have been requested to build 1,000 units. They are making progress on the first project, which is Ka'anapali 2020. There's about 213 units slated for construction there. They are working through some different challenges at the moment, but that is FEMA's preferred site for the first group housing site. There has been no commitment from FEMA as of yet to building additional group housing sites, but our state, county, and federal and congressional members have requested FEMA to do that to help us bridge the gap for our interim housing needs.
Temporary housing means what? How long?
So for FEMA, generally, I believe the group housing sites, what we've seen in other communities is about 2 years. And I think as indicated from others previously, FEMA has been open to any group housing site that's built to either donate the unit if it's of negligible value or more cost to them to remove, or to possibly acquire the unit to continue on with additional programs for interim housing.
Okay, and FEMA has already committed to the 1,000?
FEMA has not committed to the 1,000. They've committed to one group housing site. And right now they're working on Ka'anapali 2020. Second choice is the Leali'i parcel, which is 130 units. And that is Makai of the state DHS project at Leali'i.
Okay, but when do you think you're going to get some approval or commitment or disapproval so that we know and that we can keep moving?
I believe the indications we've received thus far is that FEMA is pushing back on the request to build 1,000 units. But we are still working with our congressional delegation as well as others to obtain that commitment from FEMA.
Okay, because I mean, at the very least, we have to come up with working backwards. If they're not going to commit by less than a year from now, we have to come up with a plan B.
And thank you, Chair, for referencing that. We'll get that. That's one of the last slides in the housing presentation.
So it's only the 213 that's committed.
Only the 213 right now that's committed. Okay, the next slide is on the group housing site. So this, I won't belabor this point since the state has already talked about this being run by the State Department of Human Services out at Leali'i.
Yeah. And they'll present later.
Okay, the county is working with a variety of private entities to build temporary and or interim housing. And we've been working with them on temporary structure permitting to expedite the process for this to occur. Some of you may have seen this in the news already, but the TY Management Housing Project did have a groundbreaking ceremony recently. And they are going to be putting up 50 units out at their property at Kapalua. There's no county, state, or federal dollars needed for this project.
How long is a temporary housing?
Right now, under the emergency rules, a temporary structure permit can be in place for up to 180 days after the end of emergency proclamation.
So these units?
No, but I thought you said earlier that the group housing under FEMA is for 2 years.
Yeah, so this is a private project from a private entity. So it's no FEMA involvement in this project.
So is there any commitment in terms of the timeline for these units to be?
Yeah, what we've been working with all these private projects, and we'll go through a couple, is different types of requirements and
So you would still need to build for 50 units somewhere down the line then, if this is only for a short amount of time.
well, no, and I guess what I'm trying to get at is we're working with them on the requirements that they need to make to have a path to permanency.
Okay. But going back, my understanding is that Waikapu got rejected by FEMA. So you guys are asking the congressional delegation to ask them to reconsider?
Yeah, I'm not aware of Waikapu being outright rejected. It just in the list of preferred projects, there's a bunch of challenges that they face at that project. And so it's not the top of their preferred list. And since they've only committed to one site this far, they're working on Kaanapali 2020 at the moment.
Okay. We gotta, I think what's gonna have to happen is we're probably gonna have to recess, go downstairs, and then we can continue. Because we still have to hear from DHS and some of the other departments on the expenses. No, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Next one is Ohana Hope Village, being run by Family Life Center. And this is another private project right across from King's Cathedral down in Central Maui. They're working on 88 units right now. No
So
county, state, or federal.
These you guys have expedited permitting?
Essentially, yes.
So they're just cargo.
Okay.
For permanency too?
So these units that they're putting up, I don't believe are HUD certified or meet Maui County code compliance. So they, at the moment right now anyway, wouldn't have a path to permanency other than continue working with them down the line about what kind of processes could be in place to assist this project in the future.
So are you working with them now? So for the future, it will be permanent so that we're not waiting till time runs out and you have no permit. Permanent.
Yeah, we're working with them right now, especially on a variety of infrastructure challenges that they're facing to be able to get the project up and open. Yeah.
Okay, you know what then? I was gonna try to move it along so you could finish it before we go into recess, but I think we're gonna have to recess. And then we can reconvene at noon.
Chair, can I ask a question with regards to the peer?
Yeah,
Who's
but-
monitoring?
Okay, yeah, so we have to go down and then we'll recess and then reconvene at noon.
Okay, the question is, the state's obligation.
Recess. I gotta recess.
So you can respond later. The state's obligation to the state.
Okay, we're gonna recess. Reconvening.
Thank you, Chair. So just kind of picking up where we left off. This is another private project, Holomua and the Pili Housing. The project lead is Holomua Initiative. There'd be no county or state or federal dollars required for this. They're looking at 77 units. And our teams are working with them right now on some of the preliminary design stages for that.
Okay, so all of these, let's say private,
Private, yeah.
no infrastructure, nothing needed, only the permitting from you guys.
Yeah, it's essentially, yeah. There are a couple that we actually move to the next slide. So I
But
just.
some of these, you don't have a,
Yeah, so like
Yeah.
Kaiulu o Kukuia is actually a permanent build that was in the process of building constructing the units when the wildfire hit. It sustained no fire damage, only minimal wind damage. And the completion is December 2024, 200 units. I would just caveat this, but from your question earlier, is that they did, I believe, receive LIHTC funding for this. So while there's no additional state or federal county dollars required, there was some state dollars provided as a part of that.
okay. So you see on this slide, you have completion date. On some of the others that you don't have that line,
Okay,
like Holomua.
okay, yeah, that's because they're such in a preliminary design phase right now. there's a lot of hurdles for them
Okay.
to kind of overcome, but we are working with them on that.
Because at some,
is ongoing on, you started already, this one.
Yeah, Kaiulu Kukuia, yeah.
but not the private one, right? Holomua.
Holomua, they've been in discussions about how they can get permitted and working on their design for the project.
Okay.
So that's in the early stages for this project.
So I would think that between you and Luke, we have to figure out which projects meet the timeline of the FEMA cliff. Because you just threw everything on there, right?
Well, it's everything that we believe can be in place for February 2025.
Even Holomua.
And if Holomua cannot meet the deadline, we can increase repopulation efforts into Lahaina town. There's 120 cleared properties already, and estimated about 200 properties will be cleared each month.
Okay.
Kaiulu Kupohi was a project that did receive LIHTC funding in the past. It was completed, I believe, in about 2022 or so. And then that was impacted by the fire down to some of the base levels of their decking. They are in the process of debris clearance and trying to go through the permitting process for that. Based on their funding allocations, they are required to complete that by December 2025, and they're working with HHFDC on that. But that's 89 units.
Okay. So in this case, this is well beyond the February or even like one extension. So this will probably be 2 or 3 extensions of FEMA.
Yeah, except this is a permanent build as opposed to an interim build. Yeah.
So you would have to find temporary or interim.
Yeah, for 89 families, although the households that were living in Kaiulu o Kupohi is the same builder from Kukuia, the project talked about earlier. And the developer is looking to place the people from Kupohi into Kukuia who are displaced.
Okay.
Question.
Go ahead.
Just a general question. So all of these units that are being built, whether it's private, state, FEMA, at some point, would the residents that's going to occupy these units pay some kind of rent in the future? Will they assume these units, or how will that work?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a variety of different programs that's explained here. So like the private project builds, one of them is an employer building for their employees. So, you know, there's a different arrangement from that as opposed to a private builder who is going to utilize like rental assistance that's available through FEMA to help subsidize the costs. The Hana Hope Village.
I think she's asking, do they pay rent?
Yeah. So for some of the projects they would, some of them, if it's like a host family program or an ADU program, there could be, depending on the requirements of the entity that's taking part in the program, they could receive subsidies from rental assistance or other federal programs, as well as if they agree to house wildfire survivors. There could be opportunity through a similar program to the county's Ohana Assistance Fund to receive a benefit of an ADU unit in exchange for housing a wildfire survivor.
Okay, so is this all going to be outlined somewhere so that people understand and know? Is there going to be a cliff where at some point the subsidies are going to stop? Because we need to have some idea as to how long this cost is going to go into the future. And so, you know, and then what if people, like they're doing with FEMA, refuse to move into a certain place because, you know, they don't like it for whatever reason? You know, after 2 rejections, are they going to then be said, well, sorry, you have to then find something on your own, or you're just going to go back onto being part of the state's responsibility?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's why we believe repopulation efforts into the impact area and clearing the properties is one of the best means of rehousing people, because it is in West Maui. There's existing infrastructure to the properties, and it's one of the cheapest and fastest ways to be able to house individuals rather than developing a raw piece of ag land with no infrastructure to the property.
But you didn't answer the question. What's the timeline? You're going to have some kind of a cutoff date when people, you know, So they know in advance, so they can plan that they're gonna have more responsibility? Because right now, it's like it's into perpetuity. So what are the county's determination on this?
Well, okay, so I mean, the determination on whether they receive federal assistance or for how long isn't the county's
Well, it's
determination.
not the federal, it's the state and, locally.
Yeah, but what we're
Because if
afraid of
you-
is when they stop,
Yeah,
then
because, when
who's gonna
FEMA
do it?
says after two times you say no to us, you're the responsibility of the state. And so maybe if we put it all on back to the counties, then maybe folks will come up with some kind of a plan. I mean, we're not trying to be heartless or not have compassion, but at some point, because 800 homes got damaged in Puna. None of them received any of the kinds of funding that's going on.
Yeah, and thank you, Chair, for the question. I mean, that's essentially what we're trying to outline for you today is.
No, you're just
what the
outlining
plan
the
is.
projects. You're not telling us when is that date because the people need to know.
Yeah, we're operating under the assumption that it's February 2025. Although what we've relayed to you folks is that for the direct leasing program, they funded up to about 5 to 7 years of the program, as well as through the rental assistance. They have given 6-month extensions in the
Okay,
past.
but see, when you say that to the public, they're thinking, oh, we have 7 more years, or we're gonna keep having 6 months more. There needs to be some determination to say, that as of this date, if and when that happens, you'll be notified, but you need to plan. I mean, I know that's a hard decision, but that's why you guys are in the position you're in. You have to make those hard decisions and not leave it up to us to do that.
Thank you. And I think to the chair's credit, I think the worst case scenario being looked at to make sure people aren't falling off the cliff is the February 2025 deadline and mapping the plan out in assumption of the worst case scenario. And so that's what we're trying to
So
do.
all of these projects, February 25.
Except for, I
The
believe there's
December.
one or two, yeah. The remainders of the projects we're anticipating to have online by
That's
February
like 1 year.
2025.
So in 1 year, total construction, everything done.
And as I mentioned earlier, this is significantly based on repopulation efforts. So we're not taking a raw ag piece of land and grading it for the first time or running piping or sewer or anything like that. A big portion of the plan is based on repopulating people back to properties that they were displaced from.
Question.
Commissioner Noy.
Did I hear you say that all of the units that are being proposed will be open to the ordinary public as well, and not for all of those displaced with wildfires?
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to respond to the question. I did not state that, and apologies if something came off incorrectly, but we working on our programs with NGO partners on allocating those resources to displaced survivors.
Okay, because I understand you responded to the question that Senator Kim had about what is the cost and stuff, and I thought I heard you say that will be for those paying for the units will be for those that are not affected by the wildfire.
I think we're getting, it's all bleeding into each other.
Yeah.
So then we know with sheltering, it's all wraparound services, right? Meals, everything. Then when you go into interim housing, we're still not sure what the wraparound services are going to be and if meals are included. Then when you get to the leases, and then when you get to permanent housing, that's where I think some matrix that Senator Kim kind of alluded to show with the timeline. Because if these are not up by February 25, who's holding the cost on the sheltering?
Thank you, Chair. So just getting back to your earlier part about the feeding portion of it. I think, I can't remember which of our state counterparts had indicated earlier, but moving individuals to a more interim or permanent solution, those feeding missions wouldn't continue to occur as they do now. However,
So it's only doing sheltering
primarily because they don't have like a stove and refrigerator and things like that. We are working with the long-term recovery group that has partnerships with a lot of NGOs across the state to match up needs of wildfire survivors with entities that provide those services. And that is worked through the disaster case management program that DHS runs and linking up those needs to resources to the long-term recovery group.
So do you have a registry of all these people who need services so that you can actually see, are you placing them, where are they placed? And then looking at the long-term, short-term accommodations? Because I think, if you can answer that, you have a registry.
Thank you. In terms of what's occurring in NCS, the non-congregate sheltering of the hotel program, I would defer to our HEMA counterparts on that. The disaster case management program that is being stood up with great effort from State Department of Human Services helps to identify the individual needs, such as I need a 2-bedroom unit, I need a bath, I need it at this location, and other needs. Maybe I need a refrigerator or other types of services. Can then compile that data and provide that to the long-term recovery group to provide those services or needs that may be in place.
But I think, is it possible? Because who's the co-chair of the joint task force? You?
Well, from the state and county side, it would be Luke and Wendy Talmodo from the county.
Because I think what would be helpful would be a joint presentation. And so we can kind of see how this all interacts. Because then that way we have a clear understanding of what role the state plays or could play, and then what the county does. So I know this is the beginning of the process, sounds like, for you guys, yeah?
Okay, we can definitely.
When did you finish this?
Yeah, we've been working on it pretty hard, yeah.
You did it sleep.
Coffee's been our friend.
Can I ask a quick question? The Okaikahana project you showed up there, that's actually, right there. That right now I understand it that the people from that particular project who would be displaced would be the only ones coming back, right? That's what I was told. So now across the street, you got the Kiabi Street apartments, which are coming online. I was told by Ikaika that, they're going to, I guess, try to house some of the survivors there, but then there's the issue of the lottery and everything else. It looks like if that was aggressively built out, it would create a lot of units. Is the county trying to facilitate, since Goodfellow Brothers is there right now, to aggressively build out the Kiabi Street so more inventory can be brought online quicker? Because they're in it right now. They're going.
Yeah, thank you for the question. There's a variety of efforts underway. I can't speak offhand right now to the Kiawe Street piece, but we can get further information from you on that.
Well, that's what brings to the chair's point. Coordination. I mean, HHFDC and you guys should already be talking because it affects the overall housing picture. So
I think what we're going to have to do is just ask them to come back.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And, so that way the state and the county can clean up the task force report or whatever that is. What's confusing though is if we're going to repopulate where people already existed, then what's the 400 million for?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, we had to kind of gloss over it in the beginning because you guys wanted to move to the housing piece of it. But a big portion of that is the infrastructure restoration that has to occur to be able to provide utility service back to the properties in place to repopulate.
So your estimate just for infrastructure is 600 million.
So Chair, if I just may skip ahead to the slide here. Yes, your estimate is correct. We're looking at about 600.5 million. This is for infrastructure restoration as well as interim housing solutions. The emergency response piece, most of that has already been covered by the county in terms of the needs that we've experienced through our emergency response efforts. The housing piece, we're looking at about $161 million, and then the infrastructure piece being 337. And that's the breakout between the state and county requests that Mayor alluded to earlier.
Senator Lee.
Thanks. Thanks so much for the presentation. Out of curiosity, how large is your overall annual county budget in total? What's the
actual operating budget is probably about 600 to 700 million. I'm guessing offhand. Our real property tax collections are about, I think the estimate from this past fiscal year was $534 million.
Thanks. It's helpful. I think everybody here obviously wants to help. And, on the state side right now, we're contemplating cuts to our state services and across the board budget cuts of as much as 15% in order to free up money to move to address, help you guys address this Maui situation. What would be helpful, I think, on our side, at least for me, I think, because we're gonna have to sell this to the public, right? We're gonna have all the other islands that are gonna be having priorities, projects, programs all cut back potentially. It'd be helpful to know, I guess, on your guys' side, for the non-fire related programs that you're running, what can Maui do to help match, to make sure that so when we go out to the public, we say, you know what, we're all eating it, but Maui's doing their part too, to help free up cash to address some of these things. Would you guys be able to talk with the council in the next couple of weeks and come up with a preliminary kind of what that could look like? Because you talked about some cuts or other ways to save or increases or whatever it was you had alluded to. Because for our budget process, you know, we have to figure this out in the next month or two. So in the next few weeks, if we had an idea where Maui was at and how we could work together on this, that would be really helpful.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we can do that. As you know, they're subject to the Sunshine Law, so there's some parameters we'll have to work around, but we'll do our best to make that happen. And when we come back, to have something to present to you.
I see the council member here, Chair. If we could call up the council member Sugimura.
Good afternoon.
There's two of them here.
Oh, you can both come, yeah.
I want to come.
And then if anybody has questions for HCF,
This way. So I guess the council members, have you been involved and what is the situation with the budget that you're looking at and how we can look at coordinating?
So we will receive the mayor's budget by charter on March 25th. So I'm looking forward to that. We have been receiving budget amendments, which are additions to the current budget, which are wildfire related and other operational things that are important. But what I want to say at this point is that we really appreciate you having this hearing. I'm learning things that I don't know because it's such a mass and ever-changing scenario. So I represent Upcountry. So Kula and Olinda, we've had 24 disaster-related incidents or situations with debris removal, and we're kind of moving next steps forward. Tamara is the council member from West Maui, and her situation, as you know, is very different. Oh, and Senator DeQuoit represents us on the Senate side. So, you know, she's been helping us. I just wanted to, you know, thank you also. On the budget side, to go to your question. So I'm the budget chair. I'm really glad you're having this hearing because a lot of things that the administration is sharing, it's such a fluid story that we're getting some of the details that we haven't yet heard with the administration's budget. But thank you very much for the GET, which started January 1 for us. As you know, we're the last county that signed up for it. I plan to recommend to the administration to use that GET for bond float and to help it so that we can have cash that will give us strength in the future. So I look forward to hearing the, you know, ultimate plans. We have TAT, as you know, and GET for extra cash that hopefully we can, you know, help solve this problem. FEMA has been fabulous. I keep on hearing about FEMA, and FEMA is a great solution. But I did hear from, you know, FEMA, Bob Fenton, that, you know, their target date based upon the president's disaster declaration is February 25, unless it gets extended. So we're all working towards that same goal. And we know we couldn't do this without the state helping us. So I really appreciate this meeting. Please ask us tough questions. Because it's going to get us to the results that we need to get to.
how much money do you guys give out in grants?
Too much, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, how much is that?
I don't have the number.
Oh, you don't have.
I always hear from my friends in this building that the County of Maui is the most generous with grants. And we help a lot of nonprofits, you know, to help invigorate the social services and transportation, all the things we need to do with the arts. And I'm not too sure how we would cut back on that. Senator, I will get a number for you. I don't have a firm number in my head at this very moment.
Just following up on, I think my question earlier, would you guys be able to work with the administration over the next couple of weeks to come up with a plan for what it would look like to do a 10 or 15% budget restriction on all the non-fire programs and spending in the budget?
I look forward to the discussion.
Yeah, but
Likewise, and I'm glad you're here, Yuki. Because there's been a lot of miscommunication on behalf of what the plan is. We've always talked about cutting back. I think our other issue that we have is the overlap of department services that the state has and the county has. Maybe some kind of reshifting, or in this case, the county planning department that really needs the help and shifting positions from other departments over would help us. More
you
so
mean like
for us.
Department of Ag.
Yeah, like the
Right.
Department of Ag that has an overlap. And like you said, I think that's where we gotta look at. The county has been very generous, and now this comes for hard decisions. And those hard decisions should be made within the council to understand that while we all partnering, that we sharing that expense together to help. And it would be good that there's a good faith effort on both sides. But again, too, that the administration within the mayor gives you guys that snapshot of this is where we are, this is where we're trying to go, and how do we make those sacrifices in other areas, like what we're trying to do at our departments here at the state level.
Thank you, Senator. So I believe that what we ask of you, we should be able to also fulfill. So I look forward to that discussion.
Thank you.
I'm having a meeting with administration maybe next couple of weeks. Anyway, so we can throw this into the discussion. We are.
Maybe before the next info briefing.
Oh, when is your next info briefing? Next week. Oh, okay.
Well, we have constitutional deadlines with the budget, so we just have to keep it moving along. And
We will work hard.
Did they-
So
did they
just a follow-up. So while we're looking at some of the housing too, and I know that we've looked at a lot of our state lands, are there any lands that the county possess that could be possible locations for the buildings, for rebuilding, and whether or not the trade-off of lands that you folks might consider, or even the sale of those lands to help rebuild Lahaina versus eating the costs, elsewhere? I mean, just thinking outside the box, because, it's all hands on deck for us then.
Yeah, so,
Go ahead. You gotta move the mic.
Are you speaking about inside the burn zone or outside the burn zone?
At this point, wherever we can get people housed that is sufficient enough and that they're comfortable enough so they can go on with their daily lives and move forward.
I've been advocating for the 50 acres that we just purchased from Maui Land and Pine in Kahana. Could be a possible temporary housing site. Some people with the restrictions of the hotel and the animals, I think there's still about 500 pets in the hotel, and the cooking restrictions. I think some people would be okay with glamping setups where they can keep their animals and things like that, but there is security concerns and things like that. But if we're getting to the point where money is the concern, if we're able to get a group of people and provide like kind of ohana camping setup, I think some people will take it. It's just the various groups of people and what they're okay with. We have the West Maui Minatoya list, which is short-term rentals that are in apartment districts, kind of non-conforming to that. The Lahaina Strong Fishing for Housing has been targeting that, but there's pros and cons with that. Then that affects our revenue. So it's less of a cutting of expenses, but it's cutting of revenue for the same kind of outcome, so it could be a cutting of expenses or a cutting of revenue to get to the same outcome as well.
Well, and then too, looking at the future build out, right? Because while you're doing interim, what is the conversion part, yeah? In other words, I'll just say like container homes, right? It's, you put these homes in place and then you do an add-on and here comes the garage or the central place. The biggest talk has been, as you guys know, where is the council within the vacation rentals and the enforcement of those vacation rentals? And has that conversation been had with the mayor's administration on whether or not to enforce it? And the illegals, what's your thoughts on that going forward and how we address that also for,
So
placement?
that's to free up more housing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think, you know,
Sorry, if I may just, I don't know if you have a committee staff attorney or whatnot. I just for the sake of my council members, they are subject to the sunshine law and talking about board business and where they stand on certain issues and whatnot. I'm just a little concerned about making sure that they don't run afoul of that.
Not the
Yeah.
sunshine law, yeah.
So I just throw that out for consideration. Thank you.
I would say, you know, the short-term rentals and the hotels bring in the most revenue, and so I wouldn't do away with all of them. But if we target just West Side Minatoya short-term rentals, to me, that is a a compromise.
But this is something that I think the task force has to take control of. So they can be inclusive in including you guys. Because we has to be an overall plan. You can't, it's not too
No,
hard.
no,
for us
and
to do
I
it.
get that, but I mean, we're talking about moving forward, I'm sympathetic, but at the same time, we cannot baby the situation because we're bleeding $1 million a day of the state. We're having to cut all of their departments those special services that is needed. So I'm not gonna baby the team. I'm just trying to get answers so that the understanding that as most of our department heads that wanted to be there and help, literally having to say who we cutting off of our administration, are we gonna, provide lesser services that are warranted, especially when it comes to our schools.
So,
And you guys are well aware of that as well.
to Senator McKelvey's point, the direct lease contracts that are not being utilized, that's a big source. There's at least I think 1,300 units that I've heard from people that they're getting paid and that they haven't had people in those units. And I don't know where the holdup is. That would be a big blockage to unstuck, even if it's only 10% the state is paying.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure if that's where DHS could help if they had the funding for caseworkers. That's kind of what they've been asking for quite some time, and they got denied their request. So that's something that we have to revisit. We just have to make sure we invest in certain things now to save us additional costs down the line. That's the bottom line. So same thing with this FEMA cliff. What infrastructure could and should we help with to save from increased costs in sheltering? So we can contain costs, and as many of us said that we can see a light at the end of the tunnel. Senator Kim.
Yeah, so I guess I'm surprised to hear that some of the stuff you're hearing for the first time. So have you folks been proactive in holding hearings to bring in the administration and get all this information?
So we have been hearing, there is in fact, the DBED has put together a partnership with our Office of Economic Development. Senator DeCoit and I are on that office recovery committee, Economic Recovery Commission. And so we've been hearing, information from the Office of Recovery and different situations. And in our respective committees, we've been hearing bits and pieces. But for me, the reason why I said this to Senator De La Cruz, is that I like what's going on, is because we're hearing comprehensive, all your questions are questions that we have. We don't necessarily have the opportunity to hear it quite the way that you have. So
Why not? Why can't you have a hearing on Maui and ask for all these people to be there? Have you tried?
We haven't bits and pieces.
Yeah,
right?
but why haven't you? You guys gotta step up, and you can't just wait for us.
I don't think that we haven't stepped up, and I don't.
You haven't had
that-
hearings to bring them together.
We have had hearings, but I'm just saying that I appreciate your comprehensive review of this. And I will tell you that as time goes on, there's more new information here that I didn't know. And it's really because of the massive steps that the administration has had to take, like the Kanapali 2020. It's been a project that has been on the books forever. And I'm glad to hear that FEMA is considering it for permanent housing or transitional housing to turn into permanent housing, I hope, but is that kind of thing where, because it's so much information that a lot of this is.
So are you folks going to get into the discussion as to what happens when Maui residents reject 2 times the offer from FEMA? Have you folks discussed what the policy will be? I'm not asking you for a decision. I'm just asking, have you folks even discussed that? These are a lot of issues that you folks have to set your policy and have these discussions. So are you doing that? Because you said, oh, we're going to hear from them. We don't know when. That's not acceptable.
As the council, we have not, some of the concerns that you brought up, like in relationship to Puna, plenty people that I know, although they might have packed up their truck or whatever, ended up running with just the clothes on their back. And so if they have housing in Kula or Makawao and they don't have a vehicle any longer to get to jobs and schools, or if different members of the family have different time frames and they only have one vehicle, all of this is compounds the situation.
I understand that. And, we are saddened and we have compassion, but at some point, the council, I'm asking you folks, have you had discussions, public discussions as to what you're going to do after the 2 rejections? Because it just can't go on and on. What are you guys going to do as far as the GIEs? We're telling our people we're cutting. So, we need to see, as you said, that whatever you ask of us, you folks have to do. And so how are you going to do it if you're not having those discussions and you're not making it known to the people of Maui? I know it's difficult, but again, that's why we're in these positions, right? So are we going to hear about these things in the next week or so?
The answer that I've been hearing is if they can't secure housing in West Maui, they're willing to camp at the beach. And if you see our wayside parks, it's filled with campers. If you see the beaches in front of the hotels, it's filled with campers. And thus my glamping suggestion of the 50-acre park that we have, it could be the solution for folks that turn down housing in other areas because it's still in West Maui. And then I guess we'd have to make a robust public transit program, which costs money as well. But people, if they don't take the housing outside of West Maui, many of them have elected to just camp out in the bushes, on the beaches.
Yeah, but that's something, again, you folks have to address as a council, what your policy is going to be on.
But that's a little bit concerning though,
Yeah.
because if the state's going to put quite a bit of money into even like Hagai,
Yeah, and they
and
don't.
we can't fill it, then
Well, it comes.
that money.
It comes at cost. I mean, the thing is, you got a hazardous truck thing that's cutting off Oluwalo now. You got tourists coming in, you got commercial vehicles coming in, you got workers coming in. Many people have been told if you elect to go outside, live in Makawao or wherever, we're going to have to let you go. So this slows down the debris removal, it slows down the reconstruction. So trying to keep people in the area, even if it's.
Okay, so I just go back to, then what's the plan?
Yeah, then I
Because
agree.
what's the plan so that we can make sure that we avoid the FEMA cliff?
Agreed, Chair.
Period. So we can keep talking about all the reasons why we cannot do stuff. What's the problem? All that. In the meantime, it's an open faucet. So how do we start to? But
And the council has to take the lead on this because obviously your administration and you folks may not be on the same page.
And how much time has the mayor met with you guys through this whole Lahaina thing that's been a tragedy for everybody? How much time do you guys have actually got in the same room and met with this guy? Because you guys are talking way outside of what this guy talking over here. And then what the mayor was saying earlier is way outside of what you guys talking. It's like he was an alien.
Okay, but you know what? These guys' internal issues is not our kuleana.
Yeah, I
Our
know.
kuleana is to just make sure that we protect the taxpayers' money. Period. And so we just know that February 25, you said that too. Let's just work toward February 25. So what's going to be the housing plan so that we can reduce sheltering and get people into housing? I mean, I don't know how many times I need to repeat that. So if we can just focus on that, because when you look at what Lewis provided, right? If you look at what Lewis provided, the largest amount on here is the 250 million and counting, he said. 250 million and counting. So we can decide to be a counselor for council members and the mayor, or we can just really try to address these issues, which I think is way more a priority for us.
To the point of Hawai'i Institute, the second and third choices outside of West Maui is Central and South Maui, although West Maui is the primary choice. Kula, Makawao, those areas, it's just too far. So I support.
Yeah, so I think that's where you guys got to go back with the task force. That's why I'm urging the task force. Instead of us dealing with, we should not be the task force here. You know, so what I'm asking is that the task force reconvene quickly. You guys can participate so that we can see a better plan.
Agreed. We will.
Are you you're on the task force? Who from the
No,
council?
we're not, but you know, it's.
Okay, is the task
administrative-
force, is that a closed door meeting or how does that work? I mean, because we get accused of these closed door private meetings all the time.
We have a bill to make them come under sunshine.
Yeah, well, I think what we're hearing loud and clear what the request is. So we'll work with our joint housing task force partners to make sure we can accommodate in some way.
Yeah, and then at least
the
maybe have
request.
at least one representative from your legislative branch, I suppose.
Sure. Can we get back to the 600 million real quick? I think what I'm trying to figure out, Josiah, is, you know, part of that 600 million is your infrastructure costs. And I think it's housing and infrastructure. And to me, the infrastructure makes sense because you got to get that in before, so you can get people back onto their property. And so when I was adding up your costs, you said you need 153 million in FY25, minus out the 20 mil from, you know, your MEMA stuff. But so that number, the 153 million, is that the 10% match, or is that the full amount that you really need? So I'm trying to get an understanding of what exactly you really need coming up in FY25.
Thank you, Chair. I can't find the exact breakdown at the moment, but the and this is going back to Senator Kim's point earlier, actually on the break. Mayor did correct me about your question earlier regarding the reimbursement of the public assistance. So the reason why it was laid out the way it was in terms of the split for infrastructure between the county and state was that we would submit the reimbursement of the public assistance upon receipt from FEMA back to the state for their contributions to this. So it is a 90-10 split, and it's a necessary infrastructure in place, which we can highlight on our slides if you would like at some point, and the breakdown of that for the specific projects to restore housing back to the properties.
Well, let's just, can you go to the water slide, and you just, because you have a total request of 45 million, right? So FY25, you need 25 mil. So I'm just trying to get an understanding of what is that 25 mil? Is that the 10%, or that's the total cost, or?
Yeah, 25 million is the total cost
of the whole replacement water that you need.
As you can imagine, the infrastructure efforts are going to take many years. So for FY25, primarily, we're looking at restoring those basic services back to property so that people can return. There's going to be additional efforts that are going to be needed for more permanent
right, but that's in 26 and 27, right?
Well, and further on. The reason why we forecasted 3 fiscal years is because that's when we anticipate the PA assistance starting to come in, as well as possibly like CDBG-DR funding and other sources. So we're trying to get enough time to get us to those other federal grant opportunities and reimbursements.
Okay, so the 25 mil though, that is what you need in FY25 just for what?
Just for water.
No, but just that is just cash that you need in hand. That doesn't include the FEMA money, or that includes the FEMA money?
No, so that's the cost of the projects for FY25 for water.
Okay,
and
so
then
you only need 10% or 10% of that, or do you need the cash?
We have to front all
in front.
Yeah, we have to front everything up front and then submit for reimbursement, which could take 3 to 5 years or possibly longer.
It's a cash flow issue.
Yes.
Right now.
Yes.
Okay. So if you don't get it, then we can't even move forward.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question then becomes, when you take a look, go back to the 600 million, you know, what is, I know there's a breakdown between the state and county that you're kind of just generally saying, what is that percentage that you're trying to break down for the 600 between the county and state?
So for housing costs, we essentially split that evenly between the state and county for the interim.
Okay.
It's actually a little bit more on the county side. I believe we're at about 83 million and then 75 million from the state. And then on the infrastructure side, we split that 90-10 with the understanding that the public assistance could, when received, could flow back through the state to repay
Okay, but
that.
even before this is not even a real request yet. So the governor has not sent down a governor's message asking us to consider the 400. So that's, you know, we have to figure things out on this. You know, there's now this new request of 401. If it's an official request, it probably should come through the governor's office, so they have to vet it, and then it can come to us. There's a real short window, so I'm not sure how you guys are going, what the administration's plan is to receive the request and process it, if at all. But I think what we have to go back to is on this housing plan then and the resheltering, it has to be clearly delineated what is the state's responsibility and what is the county's responsibility. So who's the housing eligible and ineligible, infrastructure, repopulation, that's not clear to most of us as to who is supposed to be in charge of what.
Okay, so in terms of
Luke, you wanna add, or you just no.
He was asking.
Because is there an MOA between the county and the state on any of this? Oh no, you guys. Well, we'll call you guys back up then if we have questions. Because some senators have asked me if they can see the Red Cross contract. If how did the state, I guess, get the obligation to have to take care of all the ineligible? I mean, I've been asked those questions from members as to why are we responsible for all of the ineligible. And so I'm not sure if there was some document between FEMA and the state, and then the county of Maui and the state, so that we can clearly see who is supposed to do what.
Yes, Senator, we have HIMA here. The agreement between Red Cross and the state was signed by the governor, and Defense and HIMA was the lead for the NCS contract. So they're the administrator on the state side. The county doesn't have any responsibility in that part.
Okay, so sheltering is 100% us.
Yes.
And that's the between the FEMA, Red Cross, and the governor?
No, that agreement is specifically between the state and Red Cross. And Defense HIMA is the administrator of that contract.
Okay, so HIMA signs the contract?
Yes.
Not the governor?
The contract was originally authorized by the governor, and HIMA has the responsibility to maintain it.
Okay, so was there any discussion with the county as to say, okay, we'll take care of all the ineligible?
So as part of the Joint Housing Task Force, which we have been meeting for, I don't know, 6 months, over 6 months, we have had many conversation about the eligible and the FEMA ineligible. As we have went out in time, it's become clear as we got past the safe harbor date, which was 45 days. At that point in time, up to 45 days post the incident, we didn't know who was eligible or ineligible, because FEMA authorizes that time where they're 100% funded.
Yeah.
So over the last several months, between HIMA, Red Cross, the county, and other partners, there has been a team looking at the numbers to see who's eligible and who is not. But that responsibility has primarily been led by HIMA to help clarify those that are ineligible and not, specifically for FEMA public assistance. So the county has had no real direct role in that, and they haven't been involved in any of those specific agreements on the NCS side.
Okay, so I guess who determines that policy call that we're going to sign the contract with Red Cross and take care of all ineligible?
The original contract that was issued by the governor, there was a meeting, General Hara was there, FEMA was there, Red Cross was there. There was a decision to move the individuals out of the sheltering program into non-congregate sheltering to provide a more secure and safe type of housing. So that was a decision that was made after the incident by the governor.
Okay. And then is there an MOA between the county and the state as to regards on who's doing infrastructure, who's doing housing, and how is that related? Because if the state is saying we're going to take care of the ineligible, and we can see that the number is growing, was there any anticipation that, okay, if we're going to do ineligible county, you guys do housing?
Yeah, so there's an MOU that was signed by several partners, including the mayor, the governor, Red Cross, and Hawaii Community Foundation. And FEMA was involved in that process to bring about $500 million to the table for up to 3,000 interim housing units. And so that's the only agreement that has been signed or understanding between the state and the county.
So in the agreement, it says the 3,000 units are the county's responsibility?
No, it is an agreement that identifies funding that is being brought to the table by the various partners. The governor committed to 150 million, and I believe the mayor committed 40 million. So between the two partners, $190 million was committed to interim housing solutions.
And that was for 3,000 units?
Yes, sir.
So why do we see all these other numbers growing then? I'm trying to understand that.
Well, I think to Josiah's point, the county is looking at this of providing housing solutions to the pre-disaster condition. They want to provide housing solutions for all the individuals, renters or owners that were in Lahaina. And to do that, you have to outlay infrastructure and restore the properties and provide each of those survivors the opportunity to repopulate. The state has been supporting this, specifically looking at the FEMA ineligible and other interim housing solutions.
So then that's where we got stuck. We're not stuck, but we're on the hook. So no housing, we have the hotel bill.
That is correct. So right now, the non-congregate sheltering was originally through February the 10th. That is extended through April the 10th. The Joint Housing Task Force, Senator, has done a lot of coordination. We do meet weekly. The state has 2 housing programs to support.
But the 3,000 units have a timeline, because if we said we're going to do the ineligible and you need the 3,000 units up, was there a timeline on that? Because if it doesn't meet the February 25 deadline, or even like 90 days later or whatever, the 180, we're still on the hook.
We gave ourselves 2 years per the MOU to identify and implement those housing units.
Meaning built, constructed.
Yes. Now, interim housing units can be secured in different ways. As been mentioned by a number of partners here, FEMA has rental assistance, they have the direct lease program, and they have their temporary build. So we consider those all secured units, similar to the rental assistance program through state DHS in securing Airbnb units to place survivors in. These are all interim or temporary units that have been secured and we have placed survivors in. They necessarily all don't translate into permanent units, which I think is where you all are looking for us to go.
Yeah, but at this point, I mean, initially, I think that was a great idea, right? But then now we still have the hotel bill. So then how do we make sure that we can reduce that cost and really focus on some of the more permanent long-term solutions? But if we keep paying the sheltering costs, we can't do both.
It is a challenge. Each of the survivors has to make a decision of where they want to be housed in the interim and the long term. Between the state and the county and the federal partners, we are providing them with options for interim to long-term housing. I do believe that the 2 state programs, the rental assistance program and the DHS build at Le'ili'i, will provide an interim solution for about 750 households. And I think that's a wise investment in the interim.
But that still doesn't meet the 3,000 that you guys initially had anticipated.
That's correct. So on the federal government side, FEMA has secured 1,498 units for their direct lease program, which eligible, and I think Josiah had mentioned this, there are about 1,100 that are eligible for the FEMA direct lease program.
Yeah.
So when, and I apologize, we don't have a.
But 1,500 units available.
Yep.
So there's 400 that are not spoken for.
That is correct. So FEMA has procured with several vendors those units. There's no billing of those units until survivors are actually placed in them. So that was verified by FEMA during the break. So they have secured 1,498 units. They have placed 222 households in those units. But their program is only eligible for those that are specifically eligible for direct lease. So though they've secured 1,498, and if there's only 1,100 that are eligible, we can work with FEMA to try to identify those units for other survivors that the state or maybe the county
Okay,
could
so
fund.
you have 1,100 in rental. You're gonna have 600, I don't know, so almost 700 in
About
like
700.
Hagai and Leali. So now we're at about 1,800. So you still need another 1,200.
Right. FEMA was at the Kaanapali site, as Josiah mentioned, was trying to build a little over 200 units at the Kaanapali site. So that'd be a FEMA a temporary build. So that would give you 200. And then as the governor and the mayor and the congressional delegation have asked, we have asked FEMA to build 1,000 units on top. So in aggregate, you would get to the 3,000 number if you added those up, sir.
Okay, that's a little different than the 4,000 that they showed. So we just got to reconcile that, I think, because that's 1,000, 25% more.
Yeah, and I think to support the county, they are using it for that original population prior to the fire. The challenge in using FEMA and Red Cross's numbers, we know that some families have left the island. They have found other housing solutions. So that's why the number that you may hear from the state partners is a filtered view versus all the housing units that were originally there in Lahaina. I think that's the big delta between what Josiah presented and our 3,000 number, sir.
Okay, but the timeline still got to get cleaned up.
Yes, sir.
Because if not, Lewis had said July 25, we're going to be in hot water. I think so. I'm not sure when do you think you guys can meet again?
When would you like a presentation, sir? When would you like the next informational brief?
I mean, you tell us what's reasonable, because I mean, we don't want you to rush and then it's not really vetted correctly. I mean, we want good information so that we don't have to keep having these info briefings, because we're really busy trying to make sure that all of your other bills that people want get moved through.
If you can let Josiah and Kenan take this offline, and we can, by close of business, we can get you a follow-up date. If we prefer that, just to give us some time to put our heads together with the Joint Housing Task Force.
Okay, and then you're gonna include at least one council member.
Yeah.
Begrudgingly. But I really want to hear from Joe real quick, because I think it's important to understand where at least the 500 units are, where they're going. And sounds like you still need to clean up the agreement though between the county and the state as to how we're going to move forward with the housing, who pays for what. Okay, 500 units. Troy's favorite project. Oh, Senator Hashimoto's favorite project.
I'm gonna go through this here, schedule.
We're trying.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to hear on housing.
We still haven't gotten to, and we may not have time to hear from every department as to what their ongoing costs are that are not budgeted. So that, I'm not sure. Usually, some directors like Kathy Ho will corner me in the elevator asking me for money. I'm not sure if that's going to be the approach.
Sure. While they're setting up, can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Question? Can you just give us a overview of how much you've scrubbed the ineligible list to verify that this is a correct number from a DHS perspective. So when you're onboarding and knowing that you're going to have to take care of them, like, is there any possibility that this is a soft number or this is a pretty hard number of, you know, I think the number is what, 820 households. Is that a pretty solid number, or is there room that it might go down more?
So thank you for the question, Senator. There, is that better? Thank you for the question, Senator. To be clear, the Department of Human Services is executing the rental assistance program on behalf of the governor as a housing solution, and with the eligibility determination being discerned by HIEMA. HIEMA has created the eligibility criteria with regards to exactly what does FEMA ineligible mean to determine whether or not a household would be eligible for the rental assistance program, and then is also in the process of determining or setting up an eligibility committee, if you will. So to take the individual household, compare them, or go over the preset criteria and make a determination as to whether or not that household is eligible for the rental assistance program. So to your question, and for those reasons, I cannot give a firm answer as to whether or not that 823 is accurate. Will it go up? Will it go down? And part of that is because it's a two-part question, Senator, and to the committee. The question of who is FEMA eligible for public assistance reimbursement by FEMA. That is the FEMA reimbursement determination for the hotel stays for non-congregate sheltering. The other question.
So when did that start?
Since the beginning.
Right.
So the rental assistance program that started on our November 30th.
And how many people have you serviced?
To date, we have placed, we have matched 93 households.
And you have budget for how many?
With the $17.5 million, the expectation is that that is sufficient funding for approximately 200 to 250 households.
And only how many took advantage?
Right now, we have only placed 93. That's not because we don't have waiting lists. That's not because we don't have survivors willing to go into units. It is an inventory issue, as has been discussed here today. We were greatly increasing our inventory when that program first came online at the very end of November, right after the Thanksgiving holiday. However, right after that is when FEMA, understandably so, aggressively began securing properties for the 1,300 households that are eligible for the direct lease program. FEMA began offering much higher rates than what the governor had authorized for the maximum rates. And for those reasons, property owners were waiting, reported to us, they were waiting to find out if they were going to be able to avail themselves of the much higher FEMA rates for rent before participating in our program. And anecdotally, Senator, our belief and understanding is the lack of inventory that we have is because of a perception that there is no longer any inventory needed. When FEMA secured all of the 1,498 properties that they needed, the message began to go out to the community. We have all of the properties and the units that we need for housing. That is true for the FEMA individual assistance, qualified individuals for direct lease program.
So some of the background check issues, they could go to this program instead.
In theory, yes, but no. And the reason why is,
well, that's better than just no.
well, it actually, no is better from the state budgetary perspective, right? We're here for ways and means. We're here for what comes down to the budget. So again, I'm going to get back to your question if you afford me the opportunity. I know it's been a long day, but right, it's looking at two different eligibility and reimbursement programs, if you will, from FEMA. There is the public assistance reimbursement program, and there is the individual assistance reimbursement program. The DHS RAP, the rental assistance program, that has to do with individuals that are on the IA, the individual assistance reimbursement spectrum, and that is the interim housing. So direct lease, that is a FEMA IA program. FEMA rental assistance, that is a FEMA IA program. The DHS, which should not, in hindsight, maybe we should not have called it that, but the rental assistance program that DHS is leading at the direction of the governor, that is akin to, analogous to, but not, an individual assistance program, right? So it is interim to long-term interim housing solution for individuals who are not receiving direct lease because they are not eligible for direct lease, are not receiving FEMA rental assistance because they are not eligible for FEMA rental assistance, and are not receiving any other form of rental assistance, be it from a GoFundMe page, from another foundation that gave them that household private funding, from insurance money for alternative living expenses. The reason why, back to your question for the failed background checks, if a household is, and of course I defer to Haima if I misspeak, but to answer your question based on my understanding, Chair, if a household has been determined to be FEMA IA eligible, specifically for the direct lease program, FEMA will pay 100% of their lease for 18 months from the date of the disaster. That means sitting here today, we're approximately 6 months out. So that's an additional 12 months from today. That's why we're talking about February 2025 as the cliff, as you said. Now, as everyone has stated, generally speaking, the expectation is there is a high likelihood that FEMA will extend beyond 2025, but absolutely, to your point, understandably so, the Ways and Means Committee wants to know what that cliff is so that you can plan for Plan B if FEMA decides to say, no, thank you, we're not going to extend. If a household is eligible for direct lease and they are matched with one of those 1,498 units, they go through a background check, their background check fails, or for whatever reason, they aren't able to be matched with a unit, but that individual still wants to avail themselves of the benefit of the FEMA direct lease program. That is why FEMA, as I understand it, is building a build site of the 200 units. The congressional delegation has asked for 1,000 units because FEMA can take that failed background check direct lease eligible household and place them in a FEMA built unit because they are not beholden to a passed or failed background check.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it is good that it's a no, because that way that is still on the FEMA dime and not on the state dime.
So that's why this project is important. Because it matches FEMA to some extent with the ineligible. Right? But this is so that we can get ineligible FEMA residents into your project, get them outside the sheltering category.
Yes.
Yes. And so to your end, with regards to the budget for the NCS, to my knowledge, there is not another alternative for sheltering, temporary housing, before they would go into direct housing or a rental assistance unit, a longer term unit that is less expensive at that 10% 90-10 split than what's currently being reimbursed.
And the rental assistance program is for how long? The DHS program. When does that end?
So the rental assistance program I was just referring to was the FEMA rental assistance program. Our program, the funding for 17.5 million is sufficient for up to 12 months for the 200 to 250 households.
Okay, and then when that money runs out, there's no extension?
Unless we would receive additional appropriation.
No, but has there been a request for any?
No.
Not yet.
Okay, so then that's it, right? Okay, so why don't we go with?
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
At least we know that's a contained cost. So if you're saying that's the end, that's the end. And then.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, Joseph Campos, Deputy Director, Department of Human Services, here on behalf of Director Betts to discuss the Le'ali'i state-built project for FEMA ineligible. Okay, so Le'ali'i is state-owned property currently handled by HHFDC, and it's in West Maui. You'll see the green site, or the green color is Site A. So this is a property that the state owns. The entirety of the gray is about 347 acres. We will be looking at utilizing approximately 72 acres, which is the green site. Okay. Site B is about 20 acres that wraps around Lahaina Civic Center. And that is also owned by the state. HHFDC leased on a long-term lease to the county of Maui. The red box in Site B would be where we would stage the units once they arrive. We have units starting to come in probably within 3 to 4 weeks, but the site work still needs to be done. So that's probably where we're going to be staging it. We understand that the county is also setting up one of their distribution hubs there. So that's why we're only going to utilize about 5 acres of that land. The red that you see to the right of the green, that is the proposed site that FEMA may consider building their 130 units on, in addition to Kaanapali 2020. So this is just a blow up of the site. The gray circle in the red box right above, that is a current water tank. We are utilizing the land south of that, or Makai of that.
You have a budget on slide?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah. This is just sloping. Whenever you see a larger space between the lines, that's a gentle, gradual slope. So this again was at 5 acres. We're currently looking at doing 450 units. The first phase is 270. That has already been ordered and initial deposits paid for 2 weeks ago. The breakup is with Kauhale Development, 50 studios. Ineligible homes are ranging from studios, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedrooms. And then Nano Nest, we have 2 versions, a 1 bedroom and a 3 bedroom, and Factory OS, a 1 bedroom and a 2 bedroom. This is the delivery schedule. Unfortunately, because of certain delays, we were not able to make payment until 2 weeks ago. So we're actually behind the schedule for about 7 weeks. But we're expected to bring in the units. Factory OS will come in, all of them by mid-May. Kauhale Development Studios, all of them by mid-May. Nano Nest will be spread out through the beginning of July. And Ineligible homes will also be spread out through the beginning of July.
So it's not April then anymore.
No. Originally, when we were looking at the site at Laniupoko, that's when we thought that we would be able to get everything up by April. Unfortunately, on January 31st, due to community sentiment, we just decided that it would be best to move it. It's actually a blessing in disguise because the Laniupoko site is actually quite isolated.
Yeah.
This property is in walking distance to Lahaina Civic Center, all of the community facilities there, and also walking distance to various locations for, commercial practices.
So, but the delay is going to cost us what? Because if it's half the ineligible, that's $15 million a month.
Correct.
So 4 months.
Correct. Yeah.
60
million.
million.
Yeah.
So I hope people can hear that these type of things, that's what's costing us. So not that it's any of your fault, but somebody's program is gonna get cut because of delays.
Yeah.
So that's why we need to get the program, this housing strategy much tighter. And this is just one example of that.
Correct. Okay.
Chair?
This will be the, I'm sorry, go ahead,
Yes,
Senator.
since this is a state project, may I ask, who's doing the construction and what was the procurement process?
So the procurement, well, who's doing it is, it's a partnership with Homemade, who we already have a contract with them for pre-development of the Kauhale homes.
And Homemade is out of the mainland?
No, Homemade is
Local.
well, it's a
Local.
local subsidiary, and I think it's an actual national chain or a national company.
But you have what it looks like, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so he'll get into that.
Okay. Well, the site design is still being developed, but I do have what the homes look like.
Okay.
In addition, because of Pu'uhonua Nene, that was the temporary field shelter that we stood up when those who were pre-disaster homeless were being exited from NCS at the end of Safe Harbor. We actually already had, Homemade had done a study of a variety of modular units. I believe they did either 8 or 10, and this is the ones that are most advantageous to the state. This is just what the site infrastructure and design will look like and site work. And that's why it'll probably go through July. However, as parts of the parcel become available, we can start moving people in because we recognize the liability that the state has. So this is Factory OS. They are both 1 bedroom as well as 2 bedroom. 384 square feet each, and just depending on the distribution of the rooms. This is the Kauhale development, not to be confused with Kauhale, the state's program for homelessness. This is what the rendering will look like for the studios. They will all units will have lanais. Hawai'i living is oftentimes outside living, right? So that's one of the things that we're also looking to do is make it a sense of community.
Almost looks the same though.
Almost looks the same. Yeah. This is the Nano Nest. I do want to call your attention to the fact that they will have blinds that go down. Okay. And then, so the layout, this is for the 1-bedroom and the 3-bedroom, 2-bath layout for the Nano Nest product. And then we also have the Ennoble Homes, which is the ones that we're doing studio, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3 bedrooms. And so this is what the 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom looks like. Budget, the main issue, right? Let me just put my glasses on and look at my notes here. So primarily what we're looking at for the entire build of 450 units, it's going to be $115 million. Because of comments made by some of the senators here previously, we have had discussions with DHHL, and the work that we're going to be doing on the Leali'i property will benefit DHHL in the future. So we are able to tap into the 10 million appropriated last legislative session for the work at Leali'i. So that will take us down to 105 million. That includes a 5% contingency. We don't want to come back to the Senate and say, or to the House and say, hey, we miscalculated the price. So 105 includes the 5% contingency. Housing cost runs approximately 53 million just for the units. Site work and community buildings, we're going to have about 26 community buildings. Those will run the additional funding. This phase or this budget also includes $1.6 million for lighting, wayfinding, landscaping. One of the important things in looking at community development is that there be good wayfinding, landscaping, as well as lighting for safety and security. So all of the combined total is $105,052,831.
So if it was on time, we would have had the money to pay for most of it already.
That's one of the issues that we'll be discussing tomorrow in the emergency appropriation. In addition, we have requested from Hawaii Community Foundation 30 million. That was with the Launiapoko site. We need to, again, go in for an additional ask, but also, once we have the site design done, which we hope to have done at the end of this week, we'll be able to go in and fill out the application for Hawaii Community Foundation.
So what are the operational costs?
So the operational costs, what we are anticipating is utilities, I'm estimating at 600 per unit per month. This is the average, right? We have studios all the way to 3-bedroom. So if you look at it, monthly utilities, 270,000. The project yearly utility costs would be about 3,240,000 based on my estimation of 600 average per unit. We will also need to have property management costs. We are looking at several entities to do that. So
And
this,
who bears the cost of that?
So right now, this would be the state would need to bear the cost. So that's an additional 5 million per year.
I think that's the question was raised amongst us is, why are we obligated for childcare? And the other accessories that comes with it.
No, so the 5 million doesn't include community services. The
No,
5 million is only
yeah.
the first two.
Community services would be that the state builds the units But then the actual service would be done by third party.
And those units are in the 105 million.
That's part of the 26 community buildings. Our concern is, given the fact that childcare is such a huge issue across the state and also on Maui, is that we develop a community in which we can provide childcare facility. If we need to have an urgent care facility, this is going to be a unit or a community of 450 homes. Kapuna care, or kapuna gathering spaces. Again, it's just to develop a community, a sense of community.
The community services, you're saying a nonprofit or a vendor would take care of.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we're paying for it though.
We are paying for the actual structure, but then we are going to go out and say, if you want to participate, then you have to pay for your service costs.
Including their own utility costs.
That we will talk about, but yeah, we should have that incorporated into whatever cost they pay.
But over time, once those that owned the property and start preparing their buildings back to their home lots, then you'll see the numbers going down then. We're not obligated after, we don't even know how long we've got to pay for.
That goes back to the first thing though. If you don't have the housing plan, they could be here quite some time.
So we're estimating at least 3 to 5 years is what this project would entail and cover.
So that means the state's going to pay for the operating for 5 years.
And that needs to be a policy decision made by the state for future years. I would definitely encourage that the state pay for the costs in the first year at least, and then we can have a policy discussion on how that,
probably
develops after.
Well, I mean, at this point
think.
though, it's not even a policy matter. I think it's a budget matter because these numbers got to get tighter to see if we can afford to pay that.
Right.
How close is this to schools
Chair.
for student transportation? Do you guys know? I mean, that's going to cost an additional.
I think the more important question is the housing plan completed and DOE has some kind of input on it so that they can come up with a plan on how they're going to make sure that the students have access to, because I don't think we should look at it like one project at a time. It has to be, what's the housing plan so that all the different departments can now provide the necessary services. If not, it costs us more by this piecemeal approach.
Yeah.
I don't know that. DOE, do you guys have, what's your guys?
No, the issues too are there are no bus drivers, so.
There's no bus drivers.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, but you still need a housing plan to react to. And then they can say, okay, this one we can do, and then you can go back and adjust the housing plan. But without that, you can't get input from other departments. Senator DeCoy.
So this initial housing solution, is there a commitment for the water for this as well as the county permits that we will need to get this thing on the track?
Right. So we had discussions with county water as well as wastewater. And we will be building to code and connecting to county water as well as the sewer system, the wastewater.
So it'll be county water, not private water.
Correct.
source.
County.
Thank you.
Sure. I guess going back to my initial question about scrubbing the ineligible list. Now, what it seems like here is we're just going to pay for everybody, right, at a certain point. But I would make sure and challenge you to look at the ineligible list and let's see what are the demographics of these people, right? Because they could just be able to pay, right? And they're just choosing not to pay because of the location that they can't find. So we could be collecting something from them instead of giving it for free. So I think we got to make sure that data is solid of what we are responsible for. And just understand what are we actually looking at and what is the demographics of these people. And then the next step is making sure that we have a commitment that we can fill these units. The worst thing would be is that we build it and then they'll be like, no, I don't want that, right? And so that would be very troubling too, because it costs a whole lot. So I'm not sure if you're even embarking on that, but I think that is something we truly need to get a handle on as well through some real data.
Understood, Senator, and that is part and parcel to the disaster case management program. So when households are brought into the disaster case management program and they work hand in hand with their disaster case manager to get a comprehensive deep dive look at the household, find out what resources they are or are not receiving, do or do not qualify for, have, et cetera. That helps guide who we would or would not place in these programs or would not determine to be eligible. To that end, case in point, we received some information just over the weekend on a household that, based on information that they had, we believed would be eligible, and then based on some additional data points that we were able to obtain through the disaster case management program, that shed some additional light. So
You gotta learn shorthand.
we're trying.
No, just say
Yeah.
just answer his question so that, because if not, we're getting confused by.
Yes, we do need to have the disaster case.
Apologies, Senator.
Right, to be able to filter through and make sure, as the last slide indicates, right, we were building to the 743, which was as of February 12th, the count for the FEMA ineligible. Today, that number is now 820. So it is imperative that we have a full understanding of what the needs are. We have been going out, just having conversations with individuals, not through the official disaster case management, because the last thing I want to do is build something that will not be utilized.
No, but that's an issue that has to still be resolved, right? Because
Yes.
if you cannot depend on the Red Cross case managers, to his point, and then we're not getting sufficient information, and then we're investing in things that come to find out we don't have, people maybe are not comfortable with. So we have the delay in the costs, plus we build it, plus we're paying the operations, and then we don't have the real information because we don't have the caseworkers. Yet we still have the FEMA cliff.
Correct. So this was the solution that we were asked to come up with. We have had several discussions to make sure that this is the most viable option. It is for 450 units. And if you estimate 2.5, I don't know how planners figure out 2.5 people per unit, but the average, 450 units will suffice to house 1,125.
But have the caseworkers spoke to at least 450 and said, not yet?
No.
We have over 500 active cases in the disaster case management program.
No, all I'm saying is, did you identify at least 450 of that group to say, yeah, we'll definitely move in there?
I don't have the final numbers on that.
I think that's his question.
Yeah.
Has the question been asked though?
Whether or not they're interested in the build site. Yes, I know just one of the 3 CBOs alone has over 130 households that are desperate for any form of housing.
Okay, but have you gotten your case managers figured out? What is that delta that you need to make sure that program is robust so we get the data that way?
Well, that's the 60 million you asked for, right?
So that's incorporated in your ask already though? The 60
No, it got rejected.
Okay.
So that's where we have to have a policy decision on our side. Is this something that we invest in if we see a pathway to reduce costs later?
But was that a FEMA rejection or was that a state rejection?
No, that was
For
a
the case
department.
management.
That was a department ask that wasn't in the governor's budget.
For
The 60 million.
For disaster.
the 60 million, we were advised by FEMA not to apply for that full amount because we were advised it would not be awarded.
But that was to FEMA, right? Not
FEMA.
to us.
Yeah, of course they don't want us to ask for it.
Yeah. Exactly.
So we applied. Yep.
Yeah.
We applied for approximately $18 million for the FEMA disaster case management grant. We were awarded that amount. They are standing by, anticipate a modification of that grant once we demonstrate that we can build that program and we have a need beyond that program. So they are awaiting that
Okay,
application.
so this is just totally through FEMA, no state dollars for the 60 million?
Correct. And then we have 13 million that is in the budget. Yeah,
So it's gonna be the 18 plus the 13.
yes,
try
for the
to-
permanency services, yes.
But we are also going in for a modification, as Director Spear or Deputy Director Spear mentioned, to get another increase in the disaster case management from FEMA.
Okay.
Did you talk about the Red Cross and what their case management, because I know that they had data, but is it now coordinated so that you're not redoing what?
Yeah. Are
Yes.
you getting what you need from them?
Yes. I'm
And so
working on being
it is
concise.
person oriented as Senator Hashimoto has asked, that you have what they need and so you can coordinate that as well.
Yes, we are able now. We conferred and collaborated with the Red Cross, and we received confirmation last week that we will get those additional data points, case notes, if you will, that will facilitate expediting and more efficiently working with the cases when we begin.
So
working
is this project part of the housing task force? Yes. It is, okay.
It's related, yes.
Well,
What you
kudos,
mean
yeah.
it's related, or is it in their strategy or not?
It is.
It is in the strategy, yes. It is not, I want to be clear though, the disaster case management program is not a housing solution.
No. But I'm talking about this specific project.
The people.
This
to be
project,
housed.
yes.
The people to be housed.
Kudos to DHS because this is what, we're over the 6 months and you're ready to go.
No,
And we
knock on
haven't
wood.
heard anything else because, I mean, we're talking about homes we need now, for Lahaina. But, so far, this is the best news I've heard because everybody else is talking about what we're needing. And I don't think they're even moving along on the county side.
Right. And this was actually, a concerted effort amongst many agencies. The Department of the Attorney General, HHFDC, Budget and Finance, Luke Myers from the governor's office. We all work together to develop this strategy.
Well, as Chair has always told us, we're putting the bill come after 2025 and it's getting us all nervous because we're not going to see any CIPs, we're not going to see any GIAs, and hope the county understands that as well. They can't be giving GIAs out free money when we need to take care of all the people in Lahaina. So again, like I say, this is the best news I've heard.
Chair?
And I,
okay, I appreciate you guys doing this. I know you're behind 2 months because you were relying on other entities to move forward. So I appreciate the fact that the state coordinated and jumped into the fray. But the concern has been both the density proposal of the parcel as well as the fact we have existing, DHHL there. And there's a concern, most of the population in this area, besides being very densely put together, are not going to be Native Hawaiian. There could be some, let's face cultural and other, have you gone out to the beneficiaries? Have you gone out and met with the existing residents there to ensure that if this project goes forward, there's not going to be a huge uproar from the Native Hawaiian DHHL community at Le'ali'i already?
so that will be happening next week. We have been in discussion with DHHL. We, Director Kali Watson, supports the concept. In addition,
beneficiary support.
Yes, so that's what we will be doing next week. We do want to emphasize that where we are building is something that may in the future be DHHL land. Right now it is HHFDC. Everything we are doing will benefit DHHL.
But
so that once it's ready to go.
In the meantime, you have the high density, one route in and out that goes through the existing DHHL plan, which is why it's so important to get out to the beneficiary. I hate for us to put all this money coordination together and then all of a sudden the beneficiaries are upset and then everything stops. And so I guess that's why I'm so bullish on Poly 2020 is because besides all the slope issues which are taken care of, you can relieve density and provide alternative, this great plan in case something happens on this end. So, but what you've done, I just want to say, Chair, has been the most complete and detailed. And the Novo House especially are things that people are like, wow, this, I think a lot of people are going to be very interested in taking this opportunity. So that's one.
And I do want
one step above glamping.
And I just want to also point out that one of the strategies for this project is that when people can return to their properties in Lahaina, they can purchase the modular home at a reduced rate, and then move it to their property while they're in the process of building, whatever future home they have there.
And
yeah, but this is so that would be open to everybody because this project is for the FEMA
ineligible. Yeah.
But anybody would be able to.
Well, people that are currently in this property or this project. You know, and if it is something that we can discuss in the future, you know, if homes become available, then we can make it open to.
But you don't
general
have the
population.
percentage of how many are homeowners and how many are renters.
No, we don't.
Because
And that's a good point, and I'll make sure to get that percentage.
Sure. Just, I mean, I wasn't here, but if you guys touched on this, how much of the land and the vacant lots that you guys are getting ready that the homeowners left, that is houses or lots that being foreclosed on? Do you guys have a list of families that getting foreclosed and losing their land and losing everything because of non-payment?
I do not have that list. I will reach out to our other agencies to see if they have it. I'm thinking that maybe DCCA might be an appropriate entity to help gather that
But
information.
going forward, wouldn't you think that would be something that you guys need to know?
Well, that's, you know what, that's,
analysis?
maybe that's an issue that the task force can look at. Because that's, I guess Luke and Josiah is gonna try to figure out when they can get a better timeline on a comprehensive plan that they can present to us.
Because those guys who losing everything is end up gonna be part
Yeah.
of the need for housing, right?
Yeah.
Because now they lost their land, you know, can build,
Yeah.
they can't go back home, right? Because
Understand. Yeah.
Okay.
fit to build.
So, you know, when the plan is established, at least the draft that you're gonna present to us, Luke, I'm not sure if that's also gonna include funding from the nonprofits so that we really gotta figure out how to get the number down so that we can, you know, save the budget on both the county and the state.
We are also ready to present, Deputy Director Spear can present on both the RAP program in more detail as well as the disaster case management. Do we have time for that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the rental assistance program that's being led by the Department of Human Services, again, as we've discussed, it is $17.5 million that the governor authorized in funding. It is targeting the short-term rental market to access the existing inventory that's already on island to find and secure innovative housing solution. The innovation, right, is converting the short-term rentals to long-term rentals. Right now, it's going back to the other slide, the 17.5 million is sufficient to fund housing for up to a year for 200 to 300 households. And I'll get why that's such a large delta in a moment. Next one. We are in collaboration with GEM Hawai'i. That is the nonprofit that we have contracted with to facilitate that, and also in collaboration with Airbnb. So Airbnb has agreed to refund all of their service fees. They're not taking or earning any fees with regards to this program. Similarly, if a homeowner elects to place their property on Airbnb to avail that property of this program, or is otherwise existing on Airbnb and has reservations and would cancel, Airbnb is refunding all of those cancellation fees so that the homeowner can avail their home at no cost detriment. All of those owners and properties that place their property on Airbnb receive the air cover policy, which is up to 3 million in damages and $1 million in liability. I point that out because that is a further cost savings to the state, because that's essentially first and last month's rent, security deposit, damages that move out that the state is not responsible for. The GEM, as said on the last slide, GEM Hawai'i is working individually with the homeowners and the survivors. So they're talking with the homeowners. It's a one-on-one communication. It's not just sort of this amorphous go on Airbnb and pick up property at random. They're facilitating meetings between the property owners and the survivors if requested, so that there is a knowledge of who's moving into the home and that every party involved feels comfortable. That has really increased the success. The eligibility process and determination, again, as alluded to earlier, Senator, HEMA has set eligibility criteria, and they're working to establish a committee, if you will, or committee might be too strong of a word, but a working group to determine that eligibility. To date, we have been placing those who are, definitively and most easily identifiable as ineligible for any sort of FEMA IA assistance or even FEMA PA assistance, the COFA, undocumented, and the like. Those households and survivors have been, like I said, they're on a wait list, and thus far, as of Saturday morning, we had placed 93 households, matched 93 households with a property.
And that's still with the short-term rentals.
Those are with short-term rentals that over a majority of those, Senator, are placed for up to 12 months. Now, that funding, $17.5 million, that currently is a cap. We are working to be as dynamic and innovative as possible to stretch those dollars as far as possible while decreasing the state's liability and costs. So
the monthly costs or the monthly offers that governor has offered as STPs were inflated. So what's the cost?
Right there.
So we came up with that was the average maximum monthly rate for properties in West Maui. That is increased from your average rate that you would see for a traditional long-term property. It was well below the market value and maximum for a traditional short-term rental, right? So if I was just wanting to go to Maui for vacation for a month and book an Airbnb, it would cost well in excess of $5,000 a month. Taking those numbers on average, senators, that works out to an average of $266 a night. Today, sitting here, speaking before you, right now, the average nightly rate that we are booking is $148 and change. So it's less than $150 a night. Again, property owners are really wanting to help. They want to be a part of the solution. They want to help survivors. They recognize the need. And so that is where we're at right now. So we're seeing a lot of success. That's why when I say the $17.5 million is sufficient for 200 to 300 households, it's because right now we're beating the average so much, but that 200 households is based on those maximums if we were to have to pay those maximums for every house rented.
So do you have?
This is still only to the end for 1 year. So you got to make sure that the housing strategy is able to accommodate these people.
Yes, and that's where we're in complement with regards to this program as well as the build program, because while a majority of these leases, if you will, are for 12 months, there are some that are shorter in duration. And right now we are pivoting to try and address the $500 million contract that you were talking about earlier, Senator. If a household has been identified as ineligible for public assistance reimbursement, and we are also able to identify that they are ineligible for any other form of rental assistance, we are prioritizing moving those households out of the hotels into a short-term rental. So even if it's not for 12 months at that $148 a night, if it's higher than $148 a night for 1 month, 2 months, 4 months, so that they can be housed until they could transition into the build once the builds begin to.
But the Red Cross contract is 1,000 per household per day, right? So this is still cheap.
This is still cheaper, yes. So for example, this is gross back of the napkin numbers. If you were to look at 350 households in non-congregate sheltering for 4 months, that's approximately $42 million at the current rate. At the current average rates that we're seeing, which are not that much higher, right? Because it's short term, not these are the long-term rates, but the long-term rates, that number for the same 350 households would be on average $25 million.
Because I think some people will get sticker shock with this, but when you compare the other numbers, then
So with these
relative.
figures, are we still obligated for feeding them as well?
No, these individuals are being transferred into a home-like setting with their own kitchen, and we are thankful and appreciative. GEM Hawai'i
So the
agreed.
only feeding programs that we have to pay are the ones that staying at the hotels.
Yes,
Okay, she has 6 more slides.
I'll be quick.
So
Yeah,
do
and
you have an inventory already? So you have 200.
We don't, so we would ask,
No, they only have 93.
So no, I'm
So-
talking about inventories, like getting landowners, the short-term rentals.
yes, as of this weekend, we had 58 properties in negotiations. We need at least 100. I would think we need at least 200 properties. So if there are short-term rental or property owners out there interested in participating, they can email dhs@globalempowermentmission.org and become part of the solution.
And then just in regards to the Leali'i site, we will not be providing meal service there either. So.
Okay.
The disaster case management program, as we've discussed at length, I can be brief. Basically, think of, I'll be summarizing as we flip through these slides. It is ultimately was a $17.2 million grant that we received from FEMA. This grant, I want to be very clear because there appears to be some confusion in the community. This grant will allow us to provide disaster case management services to all survivors who are impacted by the fires, regardless of their FEMA eligibility, regardless of their FEMA application status. If you were impacted by the fires, resided in the burn zone, your job was in the burn zone, you will be eligible to be intaked through this program and determine if you want to remain in it. Disaster case management program it's a term of art. It is a program through FEMA. It is specially trained case managers to be disaster case managers that will serve as the quarterback, if you will, for these households. It's a grant that is 24 months. With the ability to extend for 12 months. We haven't asked for that extension yet because it's premature. These are basically the unmet needs that the DCM serving as the quarterback can help connect the survivor with. So I'm going to mix metaphors a little bit, but the DCM is a quarterback that works with that household to develop their recipe, if you will, for recovery. What are their unmet needs? What do they need to recover? Many need housing, not all do, right? So do you need housing? Do you need childcare? Do you need transportation? Do you need help finding a job? Do you need mental health services? What kind? Do you have young children, teenage children, just you and your spouse or partner, or is it just yourself? We were among the fastest in the nation to apply for and receive the grant from FEMA. And still while waiting for that and recognizing the delay and procurement, standing it up and launching it to get services immediately, we appealed to the Red Cross and received $750,000 in funding from them to launch an interim DCMP program. We launched that in November. That's the program that we are currently providing, and we have over 500 active cases. That program will sunset on February 29th. Tomorrow, we have a kickoff launch meeting with the 4 CBOs that have been awarded the opportunity to participate in the federally funded program. Those are, next slide, those are the, next slide after that. That's Catholic Charities Hawaii, Family Promise Hawaii, Family Life Center, and Aloha House. Those top 3 community-based organizations are currently the organizations providing these interim services. So the interim DCM is going to continue seamlessly functioning from today into the federally funded program. None of the cases that are currently being actively cared for, if you will be closed. We are just going to begin building capacity. We've partnered with St. Vincent de Paul, who is a national expert, the gold standard in providing disaster case management services. They also work to build local capacity. As the CEO said when we spoke with them, looking at tapping them to be our prime contractor, she said, we hope that next time, the goal is that next time, God forbid, there is a disaster, you won't need us, because we will have built the capacity so that you can provide this program on your own the next time one is needed. Our first kickoff meeting, like I said, is tomorrow with St. Vincent de Paul and those 4 organizations. Currently, the interim program has 20 disaster case managers. The federal program funds a total of 36. So we are going to be building that capacity in the coming days and weeks.
Is that it?
That's it.
Yes.
Okay, any questions for DHS?
Nope. Good luck.
Thank
you.
Go ahead.
I would like Haima back. General, as you're the contract manager for the Red Cross, as we heard, DHS is taking a heavy load on the case management as well as looking at the non-congregate shelter costs and case management that Red Cross was doing. How are you seeing amending that contract rather than paying the full cost that we've been hearing?
So the non-congregate shelter that's being provided by American Red Cross, they're providing that wraparound services. The programs that DHS is briefed about is separate.
But as we reduce the numbers.
Yeah, as we reduce the numbers,
Then
the cost
are
goes
you
down.
amending the contract, or is that when?
So
you
the
take it
contract
off,
that
then
500
you're not-
million is up to, that's not the cost. So
So-
they invoice us based on the services they provide.
So to date, what have we paid
To date,
and the number? Sir,
So the 500 million. Yeah, just over 92 million.
and how many people have they housed in the hotels?
No, that's part of that.
Is that,
Yeah, that's part of the.
and that's the 92 million covers all of that?
For what we've been invoiced so far.
Yeah, that's all part of.
And the cost, you don't have the actual cost for the people who have been housed,
Yeah.
whether it's $1,000 a day or not.
No, the
It's a
contract is
1,000.
1,000 a day.
So you still
The
pay
average is
that.
about 1,000 a day.
You still pay that 1,000 per household.
Yes.
Yeah, we gotta figure out a way though to make sure we have a tighter plan to avoid the cost, the cost of delays. In addition to the sheltering. So I don't know is the task force going to be able to do that? Do you have any, what do you think you need, what, a week?
I think we can be there. I touch base with the county after this, so they part itself all that.
Okay, because that sounds like, I mean, those are the big buckets, but there's some smaller ones that probably need to be addressed. Once how does DOE or some of the other departments, I'm not sure how you're interacting with, I mean, the strategy. Like where is the strategy? So like, Department of Health can provide services, Department of Education can provide services, but we need that, I guess, that roadmap. So same thing for Lewis needs that roadmap so he knows how much that road is going to cost. So if maybe we can come back. You have questions?
Sure, I can question. So, I noticed that on the, of course, the Maui website, you guys have partners with Aloha House, MEO, that allows for shelter financial assistance. How is that working to, the overlaps as well? Are some of them going to MEO for applying for that? I mean, I don't see none of that.
Which agency does that?
That would be Maui County, or well, maybe DHS, but there's all kinds of other financial assistance for shelter and housing. I don't know where that factors into the budget part of it.
Okay, so again, Joseph Campos, Deputy Director, Department of Human Services. The TANF program, which taps into the TANF reserves, was developed with governor's requests to open up $100 million in various types of aid, including 4 months of rental assistance for long-term, 4 months of rental assistance for short-term, clothing, car help, a variety of things. In addition, Hawaii Community Foundation awarded $5 million to match for equity those that would not qualify because of citizenship for the TANF program. As of last week, Friday, we reached the milestone of 5 million. We still have a lot to divvy out. This is designed to be an ongoing process or program. So people who, once FEMA is maxed out or they leave, then eligible families can come back to the program to request for additional months of rental assistance.
How long would that be? Because there's a breakage right now. So they went in, they come out to apply for FEMA. What, 24 months, they start all over again, or?
No, so this is good for the entirety of the program. We have it estimated because FEMA is usually 18 months. We're anticipating 18 plus 4, right, is, God, last time I screwed up my math, 22 months. But as they need the services, they will be able to apply for the for the benefit.
So,
but the benefit is only for rental assistance, an additional 4 months.
So, okay, I heard you say they provide like transportation and other costs
for the cars.
So I guess what I'm trying to say is there a breakout on the wraparound services, or are you guys just saying there's the 3,000 something that you guys are trying to house, as well as the $1,000 a day on the wraparound services. So, there's like a lot of double dipping going on here, but I really want to see like a whole picture of saying, this is where MEO is, maybe this is where Aloha House is. And I mean, we're trying to look where the overlap is so that we're not padding and padding and padding and then trying to figure out, okay, now we're short here.
Yeah, so
You have that.
the TANF program with MEO is it's a separate program. So there is no double dipping there. In fact, that's one of the main issues is that as they apply, we look to make sure that they are not utilizing other benefits.
So that's the one
And
database. Is that in a database?
I believe MEO has it. In addition, I do send out the report to Maui County as well as Hawaii County senators, usually every 2 weeks or so. But if there are specific questions you would like, please email me and I can reach out to MEO and see what information we can garner for you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, wait, I just want to ask, I'm not sure what time that county has the flight, so I just want to ask real quick, a couple questions. So your slide deck showed the infrastructure rebuilding. You had a flow chart, but no timeline. So if you can just update us on the timeline.
Okay, are you talking about the recovery roadmap?
Yeah, you had the 800, I think it's 800 million in.
What slide number, if you?
No. It showed.
Was it slide 9?
Which one was it? That you showed?
3, 4, 4th page. $810.
The federal partnership?
810 million.
Yeah.
What
810.
page number?
Oh,
Sorry.
shit, there's no page number.
It's about the fourth sheet.
Yeah.
It's the fourth sheet.
So.
Okay, and then
Because I feel like that timeline is going to be imperative to the housing strategy. So you guys got to get that tight.
You're talking about the atypical direct federal assistance
Yeah,
and the timeline.
either with the federal funds or your other flow chart, that has to be tight. So at the very least, we know which minimum infrastructure has to occur so that we can build up the housing strategy. It doesn't seem like we're going to be able to do all of it, but the minimum so we can beat the FEMA cliff. And then my second thing was, and this is uncomfortable, but can you help the Attorney General close the investigation?
You're talking about into the wildfire investigation that the AG's office is doing. We'll touch base with the AG to see where the holdup is and can see what we could do to move that forward.
Okay. Any other questions for the county? County?
Yeah.
Senator Wakai.
Thank you. Earlier you mentioned that Maui was looking for the state to ante up $401 million. The county was going to pony up $198 million. I look at your property tax rates on Maui. You're half of what Oahu is. Is there any discussion on Maui to bump up your property tax rate to help pay for more of these expenses?
Thank you for the question. And yes, that was in I can't remember if it was in Mayor's opening remarks or in our other comments, but raising real property tax rates is a means of the financial plan to come up with the additional revenue. And then just so you know, it's a two-part calculation, right? It's assessed value with the rate. So you have to take that into consideration where areas of high assessed values may be a lower rate, but they're actually paying higher taxes.
Right. I mean, but if your tax code and rates are half of what Oahu is, I think the county should really be coming to the table with more funds rather than saying that we're going to reduce our property tax for the benefit of people of Maui and Oahu and neighbor island folks. You pay for our needed resources. Oh, thank you.
Question.
Yes, so is there, does the county have a list of the actual residents who are in the homes rather than the homeowners? Are they separated? Because we don't want the benefits to go to the owners who were not living there, but.
Well, the percentage we have is 22% homeowners. But we don't know that. So you just do the math, I guess 36, 26, and 22% of that is the homeowner. Is that correct?
The latest data that I've seen from our CNHA partners through the FEMA analysis of their data and whatnot is about 87% of the individuals displaced were renters.
87%?
About 87%, yeah. Of course, data is always changing and it's fluid and it's, that number may change, but as of the last that I've heard, it's about 87% of individuals displaced are renters.
So I guess the follow-up question is, then how do you verify that the homeowners were not renting it out? I mean, how do you know that it was rented out or not?
Well, we did an analysis of properties claiming homeowners exemptions within the impact area, and it does fairly align with a consideration of about 18% being owners of properties in the area.
But
So if the question is on like, are they receiving a benefit of like a homeowner's exemption?
no,
as
I
well?
think it's more investor versus homeowner. So the priority really should be helping the local resident that live there and then get that moving.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how you delineate that, but then the investor might be later.
Yeah, and in terms of like housing individuals, a lot of the programs have like income qualifications and other documentation that's needed to substantiate that.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Oh, go ahead. Wait, for county, anybody with county?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Just to clarify, I was watching on TV, maybe to follow up on the WAM chair's question, because it's a little bit off topic, but I want to just note it. On January 22nd, we received a letter from the US ATF that indicated that the origin and cause investigation, they will not be doing the origin and cause investigation, and that Maui Fire Department is the lead agency in the investigation. So I think that specifically is the request for follow-up, because there's a separate investigation being done by the Attorney General's office that we are monitoring, but we have a letter from the ATF saying that that's a specific one waiting for clarity from the county. Thank you.
No, I think both are hung up, huh?
But we're expecting the other one.
AG, you can just nod. Is stalled?
A couple of things to work out. I think we're 95% way there. My phase one report should be out.
But
Oh, well, then
AG
I'm asking a second question.
so
actually.
AG's office and county are up to speed. They're working together now.
Can she just come up and?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I thought we were talking about one question, but I think we're now
Yeah,
talking
this
about
is-
two.
Yeah, there's two different.
No, I mean, it's still for the county. Yeah, that was a good move though.
Yeah. You see, council members, that's how you gotta keep them there.
So your question is are we working together?
Well, no, I
Information wise.
yeah, I know there was some holdups.
There
And
have
so
been some holdups.
I just was urging the managing director to see what he could do to help if those holdups still exist.
We have one holdup that we're trying to work through right now. We can certainly talk some more. I think that General Hara is going to assist us because it involves the WABEOC. And so if we can get that information, we will have caught up on everything that all of the documents that we have subpoenaed.
Okay. Any other question for AG? No, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you had a question? Go ahead.
Actually, I just got a quick comment. I mean, clearly, there needs to be better communication with the administration and the council, even if it is to pull maybe one of the council members or two of the council members in. So that way, I think a lot of the questions could have been addressed prior to, and nobody's in the dark about what's going on. It'll help us as well as you guys to see exactly where your plan and the county council's plan going forward. And then we can make our adjustments here. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
So I guess, Josiah, real quick, because I think a lot of people have been alluding to it in terms of your own financial plan. I know you don't release it until March 25th, but I guess maybe you can give us an idea of what you guys are planning to do. Is it, I think, there's taxes, is there cuts? I know are you already counting in for this 153 million we got to fund in FY25 for infrastructure? Are you looking at financing? Are you looking at using the TAT, the GET? Like, we need to understand what is the county thinking to give us a better understanding and sense that we're making a sacrifice, but we want to hear from you that you also are making some sacrifice too, right? In your financial planning. So I think that would be helpful for us to understand.
Thank you. Yeah, so obviously the budget hasn't been finalized yet, so I can't give you specific numbers at this time. However, I can say, as what was alluded to in the beginning of the presentation, that it will take a variety of approaches from all of our partners, including ourselves, to help fund the recovery efforts that's needed. And that includes real property tax increases, possible cuts of programs, as well as reevaluating where funding is being allocated. One thing to keep in mind is that with any disaster that's needed to be responded to, there's a significant outlay of cash that's needed to recover from it. So I wouldn't necessarily anticipate that the budget will go down, given that we have so much upfront costs to deal with to address the wildfire issues and the recovery efforts. But it will take a variety of different approaches to come to that amount that's needed to fund the effort.
Does FEMA reimburse for transportation expenses, particularly for the students who have been displaced and now need transportation?
For that specific question, I mean, we don't deal with the DOE, but I defer to them and their discussions with FEMA on that.
I would hope that you wouldn't even consider raising property taxes for your people. Just my opinion.
Oh, so you want the state to pay for all of it?
No.
Okay.
You guys already got.
There went Big Island's bills. How else are you gonna pay for it?
You guys accepted.
How are you gonna pay for it?
The 3% couple of years
That's their
ago.
kuleana. That's
So-
their kuleana.
You have lots of tax income.
And well, they have the 3% and then the 1%, but still. Okay, any other questions for the county? Okay, thank you. Okay, who had a question for Haima?
Oh, that was me. Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
Haima, real quick. I think I'll ask you the same question that we asked DHS, and I guess you are the people that are making this decision. But so the FEMA ineligible is at around the 820 mark right now. So is that a solid number, or what is the number that we know is solid that has no chance of FEMA? Like the COFA stuff, we know we got to take that off the table, right? So what is it? What is that number, and then what is it that's kind of still in place to give us kind of some idea, and so at least we can have an understanding of what is the real number potentially of the ineligibles.
So I can comfortably say the ineligible for the state is 29. I can say that right now today that, yeah, we agree with FEMA that 29 is the number. The rest of the numbers, we are constantly battling with them on eligibility. The 400 that's in insurance, the other big number, he said 800. Well, a whole bunch of them got cleared up because the condos were approved. So that number is now eligible. So I can comfortably say right now, 29, maybe 30 for the state that we're paying for. The rest, we're going to constantly battle.
So what was that? What is the 93 that you've sent to DHS then already under there to house them already? Is there a possibility we can get reimbursed for any of that 93?
Yes, even if we move them out of NCS and they go into a housing solution with DHS and we're successful in negotiating with FEMA, from the time they left NCS to the end of safe harbors, they become eligible.
Okay, so there's a big number that potentially we need to work on then. Because I've read through your letters and you're going back and forth. There's what concerns me in some of the letters is that they're saying we have lack of data, which I hope we're clearing up, right? This is FEMA to you saying we have lack of data, which if we don't have the data, how are we going to get that reimbursement from FEMA? So I assume that's been corrected, correct?
Yes.
So you have,
We-
the data moving forward is good, right?
Yes,
Okay, and so now the question is now you have to battle it out for that large number then. So potentially that 800 is worst case.
that's worst case, yes.
Okay, so there's a potential that that number could substantially come down. And is there a potential that if we then house them in something like Leali'i, that we could get reimbursement for that if they become eligible?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Really? Because I thought my understanding is once they leave the shelter,
What
we talked about,
we're trying to, after, Leali'i as, another FEMA PA project as a sheltering program. So there's possibilities for that too. So
Okay.
we're trying to use every possible
because
FEMA.
previously we talked about once they're housed and they're,
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
so they come out of the sheltering, they go into a housing project. We're trying to craft it so that project becomes 90-10. We haven't successfully crafted that yet,
okay,
so.
because we shouldn't count on it then.
Well,
Right.
So Senator, I think the bottom line point is all of the numbers that Budget and Finance has provided in all the other departments are where we are right now, and that is the worst case. So for example, what Director Salazar did not, I don't think he mentioned in his opening comments is for Category B disaster, which is emergency protective measures. So a lot of the things we did during the emergency response, the president has identified 90 days of that to be 100% reimbursable. And then we need to determine what that 90-day period is, and it has to be within the first 6 months.
Wait, so you're saying that the 362 million is contained? That's it? With no more expenses?
No, I mean, it'll grow as we.
That's not what you said.
I said, as of right now, that's the number we're at right now, worst case. So
Yeah, but if we don't have a housing plan, which means continuing sheltering, you don't have a plan that actually shows the end game yet.
right, and everyone's talked through the challenges of, right.
I know, but
Right,
then
so
the costs have to match the plan. But no plan, we don't know the costs.
Yes, sir, and that's why everyone's working hard, right, to what the county is doing, what the state is doing, what DHS is doing, what FEMA is doing. I think the challenges is probably what will help is what you're being tasked to is provide you a Gantt chart of when everything will be completed and people start moving out. So as you see, the cost here comes down as people get into more permanent housing solutions.
Yeah, but that's what we've been saying from the beginning, that
Yes,
we need
yes, sir.
that.
Right.
And that there has to be more of a united front. I hate to say that they're not cooperating or working together, the county and the state, but they just have to go back and the task force has to have a tighter plan.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other questions for Haima? Haima?
Yeah. You have a listing of contracts that managed, is called, I guess, Tadeo Basin for about 20.7 million. Could you provide more details on the contract? If the expenses are reimbursed, and if not reimbursed by the federal government, then who provides 75% reimbursement and you previously disclosed?
The title basin?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So that was a contract we had in place before the disaster. They would help us with hazard mitigation and other projects. When the disaster hit, the contract allowed us to surge into emergency management, emergency protective measures. So that contract, it's a project in PA, which it's 90-10. So 90% of the work they did for us is reimbursable by the federal government.
When does the administration expect to have the firm estimate of the funding needed for the fiscal 25? I know we talked about it, but we'll ignore it. The presentation cost noted 341 million, but cost is still unfolding. We talked about.
Budget for 2025. Sorry.
Senator, I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
When does the administration expect to have a firm estimate of funding needing for fiscal 2025? Note the presentation estimate costs 341 million, but costs are still unfolding.
So a lot of the discussion that we've been having right now is to just close out fiscal year 25 because we know we have obligations and expenditures that are being incurred in this year. For fiscal year 25, which is the
24, you meant the first.
I'm for 24.
Yeah.
For 25, for the fiscal year that starts on July 1st, we have set aside approximately $184 million in the operating budget, and it is part of the governor's request for an additional infusion into the major disaster fund to help continue to recover, basically cover the state's expenses for ongoing, for its ongoing share. So
But that's
again,
still-
yeah,
that's
it's
still
still
good, right?
evolving, yeah.
Because
Mhm.
we thought it was only going to be 150 for 24, and then now it's almost 600.
Correct, correct.
And so
So that's why I think in 24, right, when we did the original infusion into the major disaster fund, and it's 200, right, in FY 24 that we put into the MDF. You know, we thought that that would get us through at least to the end of this fiscal year, and then we would infuse the MDF with another 180 in the next fiscal year. So we would have had 400 million. But where we're at right now is we have obligations in the current year for 600, close to 600 already.
Yeah.
So what does that mean for the residents who are waiting for reimbursements?
That is something that's happening with FEMA, and I think the residents that, or at least the projects that are going on with regards to the state and the federal split, I would have to defer to Department of Defense.
Okay, you know, we had a February 8 memo to the departments determining what the spends are and that they have to submit to BNF if
Yes.
it's eligible or not.
Yes. So what we did was because the issue of eligibility started becoming much more prominent. And in our briefings with the governor wanted to get a lot more granular information in determining what is being approved when it came to ineligible expenses for the disaster. And so we
But
instituted.
what was the total amount that all departments asked for?
Right now in MC1, there's approximately
480, right?
Yeah, like 44.5 million dollars of expenses that have been incurred at the department, not even within the major disaster fund. So these are costs that the departments will still have to apply to the MDF for reimbursement for. Oh, I guess that was your point, not residents, but other departments. Yes, they would still have to come in, fill out and do an RFA and request for reimbursement for those costs going forward. I mean, there were some costs that were denied because it was, you know, especially during the immediate aftermath of the disaster, it was determined that maybe this was something that was not an appropriate expenditure at the time, but we had since kind of moved past that. So I think.
So are departments going to you first before they spend?
Now they are, but back then they did not, because during the initial response phase, people were just basically executing and expending.
So the departments are just eating the costs
right now until such time as a determination can be made for reimbursement. Yes.
And you have a list of how much each department is eating.
We have a breakdown of the expenditures. We're just going to need to get details from the departments on what those expenditures are.
This is 100% reimbursable. It's 100%.
No, a determination will still need to be made. Yeah.
If the determination is made, it's 100% that FEMA would cover. or
Probably
what?
some form of cost share. It could be either 90, 10, 75,
But
20.
they're losing some already. That's why they had to pull it back.
Yes.
So which department is spending the most?
I mean, I think, well, it's being incurred in the Department of Education is one area. Department of Health has some expenditures going forward too as well. So.
DLNR, we're talking.
So if we can just quickly hear from DOE, Department of Health, and DHS, what's going to be the ongoing expenses? Because I think you three are the big, the big spenders, I guess. We don't have to be too long, but just to kind of so we can get a gauge as to. Oh, wait, to go closer to. Oh, this.
President Chair, Vice Chair, Senators. Keith Hayashi, Department of Education, Superintendent. Senator, so you're asking, what are ongoing expenses?
In regards to the recovery and the response to the fire.
Okay, so, the department actually, when we first had started, our main priority was to,
Well, how much have you spent so far?
adjust the health and safety of our students. We spent, expenditures about, right, about
23 million to date. We have allocated 34 million to programs. We're expecting probably
24.
around 30 to 32 million of spending this year,
For fiscal year 24.
24.
And then how much for 25?
We really shift to minimal, I think, just transportation. Really, it becomes a matter of the temporary campus and
Yeah, but-
permanent campus.
Except when you see the housing strategy, you may have to respond to that to see if you need
yes,
busing service or if you have to relocate things.
If I could briefly describe the 23 million that we've expended so far to give some perspective. It was a lot for facility deep cleaning, environmental assessments, tent, bathroom, generator rentals, curriculum replacement, computer replacement, technology infrastructure. Just to give you a sense, there was a lot of upfront one-time expenses for which we will be seeking reimbursement. We were allowed to use $17 million of R&M money to become working capital. So we tapping into that. And we have requested reimbursements from FEMA through HAIMA.
So what do you think the ongoing costs are going to be? And when do they end?
I think that the biggest one that we've identified for so far is transportation. And that's looking about 1.3, 1.5 million.
transportation is one, and the other one is, our temporary campus at Pulelehua.
And how much is that?
We're in the process of trying to, get the agreement between FEMA and the Army Corps of Engineers. We're estimating that at a 10% cost share, 90-10.
So we have to upfront the construction costs, the rebuilding?
What is that?
No, we're anticipating having to pay out at the back end.
At the end of 5 years.
At the end of 5 years.
So the feds will pay for it and then you pay your contribution later.
That's our understanding. We're trying to get confirmation on that. Where the estimate is about, at the end of 5 years, $100 million. So the cost to the state will be 10 million.
But you're
At
gonna be
9-10.
doing infrastructure work, so you're gonna need some cash ahead of time.
That's at, Senator, that, what I. From where? Is at the temporary site.
It's a good question. I'm sorry. Okay.
No, go ahead.
Okay, because I'm very intimate with this project right here. The 95 million to build what the Lieutenant Governor colorfully phrased, and it's been all being done by Corps and the federal guys, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, given the fact that about 25% of the population is left in West Maui and that all of the kids in the declining student body are up at the combined facility, how are you, I mean, what students are going to be at this temporary thing? And then how are you going to be able to allocate more personnel and more teachers to a temporary thing when everybody is already due to the declination already at the existing place up on Lahaina Luna Road?
Senator, thank you for the question. Currently the temporary site is primarily to replace the programs and services that were lost at King Kamehameha III Elementary School. We have total about little over 2,000 students that have returned to our 4 campuses out of about 3,000 students. About 2/3 of the students have returned. We're anticipating additional students will return from South or Central Maui, perhaps, and also we have indication that some will be returning from private school that they have left to and this year to attend.
Well, if you listen to the housing conversation, that's a big perhaps, right? I mean, and so the King Kamehameha III Elementary School students are right now currently, some are having the private school offerings that are going on, but they're currently up on top of Lahaina Luna Road right now, right?
Yes, that Nahiana.
So they're all being schooled right now, and yet we have a $95 million thing that's being built further up. So you see what I'm kind of getting at with all of this? The last quick question, Chair, the 95 million, that infrastructure, when that temporary school is done, who gets that infrastructure?
That is on a 5-year lease. And that at the end of that lease, it's turned back to the landowner.
So the landowner gets most of the cost of 95 million is infrastructure.
My understanding is all of the infrastructure will be removed.
It'll be removed. So you're putting all the infrastructure in and then you're removing it. So the landowner isn't getting the infrastructure? Is he getting it or is he not?
That's my understanding, Senator. We still have not received the lease agreement between FEMA and the Army Corps. We are hoping to get that soon so that we can take a look at, we can ascertain what's involved in that, being that the state is in a 9-10 split. 10% would be our responsibility.
Yes, exactly. But we didn't build the infrastructure where the future school, which has been on the plans, was supposed to be. We built it elsewhere, right?
And then joining lot, yes.
Yeah, so you couldn't use this infrastructure for what has been on the books as future school. It was put in a adjoining lot, which means it's going to be taken out or given to somebody else.
So my understanding is that when the agreement was made, because FEMA is paying for it, it has to be temporary.
You really couldn't put it to serve the school.
No, not my understanding is actually that it's a temporary school center. So that's all, the adjoining lot.
This is pretty wild. Thank you, Chair.
Since you're here, Superintendent, you've got 8 lots for teacher housing. So we're talking about housing. What is the plan there? And how can you build that out more quickly since it's all pretty much shovel ready, isn't it?
I'm not sure it's shovel ready, Senator. We are engaged with other organizations to see perhaps what might be done in partnership. I think you may be alluding to CNHA.
Yeah, because it's 8 lots, and you can actually put housing on it today, or at least in the next 2 or 3 months.
Well, maybe you guys can have discussions with Luke and Josiah since they're co-chairs of the task force, and if that can be part of your plan.
And Senator, I believe too that currently for Department of Education, the School Facilities Authority is responsible for employee housing. But hopefully we can work together with them and with other agencies so that we can make things happen.
So you only see the ongoing cost of transportation.
That's one. The other one is a temporary site.
Okay.
And then
But that's one time. That's not.
Well, at one time at the end of 5 years.
Okay.
There also is a cost for the permanent site. We estimate that to be.
Initial estimate was $59 million with the state share being 6.5. Although that is just to replace the existing footprint from Kamehameha 3. Expectation is it will be a larger or more involved build out than just that. But that will get the department started or the work started on plans and design. And a future CIP request I expect would be needed probably fiscal year 26.
Okay. So once they have the housing plan, then you can review it.
Yes.
To determine transportation needs.
Yes.
For the school, you guys already get an accurate account of how much students already enrolled?
We are in the process of getting that data, Senator. We have reached out twice to the community to see the information that we can get. It's been difficult. And I understand the challenges that families are facing. So we're doing our best to get that information.
Because if we're gonna build and relocate one school and then there's nobody, like Senator just said, we're building the school, spending money and nobody comes. That's gonna be a problem too, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, any other
Thank you,
questions,
Chair.
POE? Okay, I mean, at some point, we're gonna have other meetings on the 10 and 15%, so I'm not sure how that's gonna impact. Okay, why don't we go with Department of Health?
Chair, committee members, Kenny Fink, Department of Health. To answer the question of projected expenditures that are not otherwise accounted for. So for behavioral health, we have a federal grant. It's about $17 million for 2 years, requires no state match.
70.
17.
Oh, 17.
Okay, so that will cover our behavioral health interventions. The environmental health, for ongoing environmental monitoring of air and surface water, we anticipate that we would need about $1.5 million next year. And that would really be the additional cost that's not yet accounted for that we would anticipate at this time.
And that's it.
That's it.
Any questions for Department of Health? Go ahead.
I guess the phase 2 debris removal is going on right now. It's being based on who signed up when for right of reentry. And so there's been concern that things are being left behind, materials that would require future cleanups. Is the state or the Department of Health, looked at the potentiality that there may be materials that the state potentially may have to be responsible for? And are you doing any kind of monitoring insofar as the Corps' work through the area for completeness, et cetera?
I mean, the Department of Health does have a role in oversight of debris removal, particularly, dust mitigation and temporary and permanent storage facilities. And some of these costs are for air monitoring, particularly with regard to debris removal, both as it moves to the temporary site and then from the temporary site to the permanent site. If debris is left behind, it should be the responsibility of either the Corps or the property owner. So it would be our expectation that those folks would need to be responsible for removing the debris. That'd be our position, providing that oversight.
I mean, it's a common thread that you'd expect, but then I think the worst case scenario, taking the worst case assumption doesn't happen. I don't know, insofar as an unanticipated cost goes in the future. If the future removal has to be done after they're left, and you require to do the monitoring, other things, what I'm saying?
There probably becomes a policy decision at that time. What's the property owner's responsibility versus the state's responsibility or some other party's responsibility?
Yeah, but more of the monitoring. Cost.
The monitoring to ensure the compliance and safety is the Department of Health responsibility, and that's why we'd be asking that 1.5 million for.
Sure. So just as a follow-up, does that include upcountry Maui as well? The cost for monitoring them as well as extended out costs?
So with the debris that's already been removed, we did extensive monitoring, air sampling prior to and during the debris removal. We still do have air monitors up there. So we'll continue to do air monitoring, but we'll reduce the air sampling to reduce that cost. If in that 1.5 million, there's a need that's identified for additional sampling, we'll assess that at that time. I think within that, there's likely some flexibility to account for greatest need.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
So, Director, is it just for the air, or what about water and sewage and all of the other requirements for the infrastructure? Are you folks looking at that as well?
So this is primarily for air, again, associated with the debris removal and, if it gets in the air, but also for surface water, that there has been concern, with drainage things washing into the nearshore water. So it does include water testing as well.
Any other questions for Department of Health? Joe, you guys have an accounting of what you think your long-term costs are going to be? Okay. Hi there. The more direct of the two can speak. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so, as we do disaster case management, we did put in the request for 13 million. That will cover additional positions that we may need. In addition, we have expended about $2.8 million in personnel costs as well as travel. Immediately on, August 10th, both the Deputy Director Spear and myself, as well as our colleagues from DHS on Maui, were on Maui, making sure that we were moving people out of the congregate shelter at the War Memorial and other shelters into the NCS program. In addition, because of the necessity to be on Maui, we have had to have travel expenses for that. The 2.8 million is also with the disaster SNAP program, which required a week of us being on Maui to ensure that people received disaster SNAP. So other than that, there may be continued travel costs, but we're going to try to keep that down as much as possible.
But the operational cost of Leali, wouldn't that be in your budget?
That we would go in for the emergency appropriation, but that would be 5 million a year for the next 5 years.
If that's the policy.
If that's the policy.
Yeah,
correct.
because I feel like once the housing strategy is complete, there has to be a discussion with BNF as to see what they can afford with ongoing operations and
correct
and services.
Yep.
And I think some of it may not make the policy discussion. It's really going to be a budget decision.
Issue, yes. Yep.
Question. Real quick question. I don't know if this came up or not earlier, but most of the people that are in NCSS are FEMA eligible right now, correct? in the non-congregate shelters are FEMA eligible?
Out of, I believe they said it was about 1,800, and hearing what Colonel Barros just mentioned, you know, with the 29 or 30 and hoping to challenge the additional 720 something, then yes, it would be mostly FEMA eligible. However, we're still planning for the FEMA ineligible at about the 700 rate.
I guess I'm saying is just a novel thought. So why doesn't FEMA step in and become the primary? In other words, why don't they assume the cost for those since they're eligible, right? I mean, to help the state try to bring this cost down. So anyway, I think just being on the ground with you guys on Saturday, I think that it was, that point was, you know, kind of, to me, was made very clear as far as trying to push FEMA to get more to help.
Right. Well, and FEMA has been asked to build 1,000 units. Right now, they've only committed to the 214 at Kaanapali 2020 and a possible 130 at Leali'i on the Makai side.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Todd, I know you probably didn't ask, but I think people have questions about the donations. So if you can just give maybe an overview of how the money's being spent that got collected.
Half-hour overview? No, kidding. Aloha, Taupo Hawaii Community Foundation. I'll try to give a quick 2-minute update, and then if you have any questions, glad to answer them. But all of our information on our Maui Strong Fund, we put on our website, so it is available there. There's approximately $180 million that's been collected so far. About half of that, about 90 million, has been allocated. And just want to quickly specify in regards to allocation, that means we've allocated it, but it may not be out the door yet. So there are some grants, including the $50 million that we've allocated for housing through the MOU that Luke discussed earlier, that we have said that's what is going to be used for, but we haven't identified the exact use or where it goes yet. There are also some grants, some larger grants to nonprofit organizations where we've said, for example, we will give you 5 million for a certain purpose, but we give that in chunks based on their progress through the work. And so we get reportings of whether it's every 3 months or every 6 months from organizations to understand where they are in their process before we give out more of that money. But because of that, we know that half of those funds are out and the other half we still have to use for. One of the other things I'll share is one of the things we did very early in this process was get in contact with other organizations that have dealt with disasters like this, including groups from Paradise, including groups from 9/11 Foundation. And one thing that was common amongst the advice we got from them is that while 80% of our funds will be donated in the first month to 2 months, 80% of the needs are really in years 2 through 5. And so we're trying to be very careful, but also very transparent about how we are looking at putting out that money. And we realized that while in the first couple of months, it was sort of a heads down, we know the organizations that can provide impact to the community and getting the funds out to them for the emergency shelter, food, transportation, other needs. The effort now is to be much more thoughtful and coordinated. And so that in a lot of the questions you all are asking today, we aren't putting out philanthropy money in areas that government can pay for first. And so we're really looking to be supplemental to those governmental efforts, but bring the philanthropy dollars where they can be most impactful and where they're most needed based on the gaps that exist through there. So I'll leave it at that. And again, glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chair. So just as a follow-up, earlier when we heard from the mayor, he talked about a loan program or a loan coming from HCF that would extend out on payback. Has that discussion ever occurred?
And sorry, I wasn't here for that, but any context on what the loan, purpose of the loan would be?
A loan being made from you guys to the county of Maui.
Okay, nothing specific to my knowledge right now. One thing that we are talking about internally, whether it be to a county, to a nonprofit, or even potentially homeowners, as we deal with the shortfalls that they have for their mortgages and others, is whether we would set up some type of lending program with some of these funds that could help victims and the county do that, but that would create a little bit of a revolving nest because of the repayment of those loans in order to help future efforts. Nothing, at least as far as I know right now, has been specifically done for that.
Okay,
well, maybe we can get some clarity too from BNF.
We actually, I mean, in addition to what you see in the general fund expenditure numbers, we have allocated some additional ARPA money since the beginning of the disaster. We originally did allocate $12.5 million for a business loan program, grant program. And we're also in the process right now of allocating approximately another 16 million in a carryover homeowner assistance program that was from the COVID area to help mortgage owners who were impacted by COVID, but we did get the expansion of it to be able to include Maui. So I think that coupled with what Maui is also doing, they had additional HAP money that's still left over. So I think it's about a total of 25 million that they have to help mortgage owners in the affected area.
Okay, and then as you prioritize the needs of Maui under HCF, is it a committee that does it, or who does the execute or disbursement of that?
Two parts I think I want to share on that answer. One is our staff, which includes our staff that are from Maui, live on Maui and exist there. And I will say, I think our staff is one of the best at working with the nonprofits within the community, talking with the community and determining where those needs are based on the input we're getting from those organizations. But I'll also say in our Maui Strong Fund effort, we have structured it around the RSFs that were put together by the county, right, to follow the FEMA model. And so that we're looking at the RSF work to help guide where our help can be the most effective. And so those are probably the two areas that we get the most input from in regards to determining to look at where the needs are. But also right now we are a application-based grant method. And so it's a matter of what grants come into our portal.
And then my last question, have you used any of the HCF monies to leverage it, whether or not it's been used to apply for another grant in match or in kind?
And I don't have 100% knowledge on that as to where all the details. So there may be some that I'm just not aware of that have gone out the way. I do not believe that's been a primary focus of ours in regards to helping apply for other funds with our Maui Strong Fund money. We do have other programs within HCF generally that help nonprofits in technical assistance, especially around natural environment and water, to try to help them apply for federal grants and others for those funds.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. You had a question?
Yeah,
I have
quick
a question.
Where can I get a detailed breakdown? Like basically as granular as possible of the monies that have been spent, that you received in contributions for the donation in the community. Because I'll be straight with you. I get the question all the time. They hear of tens, 20s, 50 millions dollars. And yet you hear talk all the time of support being cut off, of people having to move out. You know what I'm saying? I got to be able to map back for the community. This is where the contribution dollars. Is there a way I can get that information?
So on our Hawaii Community Foundation Maui Strong specific page, web page, there lists every organization that received a grant and the amount of money that they received.
But do you have a detail accounting back to you that we can see?
In regards to actually how they spent the money and
how
the
they
impact?
spend the money.
So as I mentioned, we are in the process of receiving generally 6-month reports back from them. So right now, that information is not something that's been compiled and put together in order to be shared. You could certainly reach out to the organizations that have received the grants, because I know that's been another question of where the counting is in regards to all of the funds. But that sort of, I guess, disclosure and information is something we will work on. And as we get that information up, glad to pass it along
If
to you.
we wanted more
point is.
granular, like I said, specific detailed information of what's on the website, could we reach out to you for that?
You certainly, please reach out and we can see what we have, what we're able to share. And it may be, again, turning you over to the nonprofit to be able to talk through the specifics of the work.
To alignment with him, given where we're at now, we need to try to leverage as much outside resources for a housing plan so that we can create a transition to the housing that's being discussed. So that's hopefully we can have this pivot, but also account that the dollars going out is actually helping to effectuate the plan. So thank you, Chair. I appreciate it.
Question. Todd, earlier I asked the mayor if he has gotten any monies from you folks, and he says not that he knows of. And I guess you did say you have written some checks, but you don't think it went out yet. But I would think, well, Maui Strong, I'm glad you folks are separating your funding to compared to your normal fundraiser. And I would think that HCF would do its due diligence and look at the large expenditures, such as give the monies to the county and as well as addressing the DOE because they need monies for transportation, as an example. And so, you know, you're giving monies out to all the little nonprofits and waiting, I guess, for the responses. But it seems like a good chunk of that monies could have already gone to the expenses for the state and as well as the county.
But wouldn't that be difficult if we don't have a housing plan? And because once we have the plan, then like I said, DOE, Department of Health, budget and finance, everybody can look at that and react to it and fill the gaps.
Whether housing or otherwise, to your question, I think is, I do not believe that we have given money directly to the county for their operations. But that goes back to, again, what I said earlier, that we are trying to be supplemental to their efforts so that if the county came or the DOE came and said, here's a need that we cannot fulfill, then we will look to partner with them to fill that. Most likely, most times, the most efficient way to do that is not to give the money to the government entity to expend, but to be able to use nonprofits or others, contracts, to provide the service that they are missing. And that's something that we'll balance out, and we've done so far, and we'll continue that as we go forward with the
Well, the
funds.
expense, as an example, DOE, when they started rebuilding the new school, the temporary school, they were already shuttling students back and forth all over the place. And so I would think that at least you could address that part automatically, but nonetheless.
Yeah, but they still need the plan to figure out how many buses and where and that type of thing.
And sometimes it's a workforce issue that no one can solve automatically. It's not just the money side of it.
Well, and then if they show what infrastructure they need, maybe that's something that you guys can pick up depending on how much it costs too.
Perhaps you folks should have reached out to them as well in advance. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Real quick. One last one, super fast. We have a need for wraparound services as identified by the one plan. Whatever plans move forward in the region will probably require wraparound services. Is that an area that you can step in with the county to help achieve that?
And just to be clear, when you say wraparound service, social services type needs.
Daycare,
Certainly.
because that's going to be the immediate need, right?
One of the RSFs is specifically around that area, and we have our senior VP involved directly with that RSF. And so as those needs come up, including the TANF money, supplemental TANF money that went through MEO, certainly we will look at continuing to fund those.
That's going to be an important part of offsetting DHS. So, and again, trying to meet their costs that we thrust upon them. Thank you, Chair.
One last go.
Wait, Professor. So you guys did a press release, I guess, right? It was the state, FEMA, HCF, Red Cross, and Council of Native Hawaiian Advancement.
Yes.
For the $500 million Maui interim housing plan.
Yes.
So where is that?
In regards to, so under that announcement and under that was the MOU that Luke referenced earlier, we've committed $50 million to that housing. The initial approximately $10 million is going to CNHA for their ADU program, which provides for purchasing and placing ADUs in lots so that they can serve both as interim housing as well as permanent housing.
Yeah, but that's kind of implementation. What I'm asking is, where is the plan? Where is the document that shows us timeline, budget, who does what the state's supposed to do, what the county's supposed to do? That's missing.
Okay.
Because if not, we wouldn't be here.
Okay. And certainly heard your questions and the discussion. And to say, that's not the role that we take on as Hawai'i Community Foundation, right?
But that's what the press release, collective effort called the Maui Interim Housing Plan, commits to securing 3,000 units, but there's no document.
Okay. And if the MOU specifically says that those details need to be figured out before we will put out the money. And as again, HCF is not the implementing party.
So what was the timeline you all agreed to get a document, a real plan?
I'd have to go back and look at the detail, but the goal was set out to have the 3,000 units that was mentioned earlier in place or planned by March 1st. With I believe the second phase, second milestone deadline of June 1st, or maybe it's
Because-
June 30th. I'm sorry.
I mean, you've been at FEMA saying, oh, collaborative work between county, state, with nonprofit groups, but yet we don't have any document that shows us a roadmap.
Understood. And until we have a solid roadmap to a specific plan, we would not put money out either. And that's why the CNHA project is one that has a specific plan in regards to their production of ADU units, which we have committed to fund.
Okay, so the 50 million you didn't spend because CNHA has 5 million.
Yes. So our grant to CNHA for that program is approximately $10 million, which is part
Out
of
of your
the 50
Okay,
50 million allocation.
so there's 40 million left. for
Correct.
FCI.
And as we heard DHS say, and we've been in discussions with them, is that they may be asking us for additional monies in regards to the Leali'i project, whether that would come out
Yeah,
of the
but that's
50
still
million would be
project
in
by
advance.
project. We're still looking at it piecemeal. Where is the document so that we can curb costs, so we can leverage funding, so we can see who's responsible for what?
I'd love to see that as well.
Well, you guys are part of this funding.
And again, and we're the funding element, we're the funding element of it. And that's where we, like any, I mean, I'll talk about in any development of housing, they need to understand their financial stack in order to put their plan together.
Okay,
And that was our commitment, but.
Can you share with us the MOU then?
Sure.
That was all signed?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So Todd, thank you. Can we get a list of all our nonprofits that were given funds? And then what those funds were being used for?
Certainly, I will convey that list over to the committee to be to share.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, why don't you have a question for Haima? Go ahead. Thank you.
Come back up.
Thank you.
Lead fast.
So I think this was kind of just alluded to, but you know, I was reading your letter date from FEMA dated January 17th, 2024, which essentially tells you that I guess when folks decline a housing offer, a direct housing unit, they, I guess twice, they will become non-reimbursable 7 days after they are deemed ineligible, right? So, and then they will email you 3 times per week to update Haima of those who, when they decline direct housing assistance. So have people started to decline twice already? And what are you guys doing about this declining twice population moving forward?
So the declining twice is regional guidance. So it's not FEMA's guidance for its program. And they haven't implemented that yet. So we haven't gotten where a client declined twice and FEMA turned to us and says, "Here, it's your problem." I can tell you last week, a client declined 4 times. FEMA offered 4 times and the client said no. And the response from the client was, "I want to stay in the hotel." So we have to work through that so that we get to where it's messaging to the survivors that you have to accept some kind of housing solution from FEMA to remain and use FEMA federal dollars. So we haven't gotten to that point yet.
But how does Haima feel about that? Because at the end of the day, we still got to pay the 10% if they stay at the hotel, even though there's a housing solution, right?
Yes. So we want to get to that. We want to get to they're offered a housing solution that makes sense for them. That's what we want to get to with FEMA.
But how long are we gonna keep going in this process of just maybe they offer them 8, 10 houses and they still say no, right? Like at a certain point, we got to get them out of the hotels into the direct lease. And then what I do not want to see, right, is then they go to DHS, right? It becomes our problem, even though they're FEMA eligible, but they chose to become ineligible, right? So I hope we can kind of figure out what that process is going to be, and we have some safeguards in place to make sure that, you know, we are, you know, being compassionate, but we're also safeguarding how we're going to operationalize a lot of this stuff.
Right. Yes, sir. We also open at 7 days. So it's a 14-day. It'll be a 14-day grace period before on the 15th day, they're either our problem, the state's problem, or we're kind of socializing that, okay, you can stay in the hotel, but this is what it's gonna cost. And
For them.
for them,
Okay.
because there is a solution.
Yeah. When does
funded
that
by the
start?
federal.
When does that
We're still socializing that, sir.
Socializing.
Talking to the task force, making sure everybody's in line.
Meaning
So-
which task force? The housing task force?
Oh, no, sir, the
Is it-
NCS task force, Red Cross, FEMA, DHS is in the room.
Okay.
You know what? I just want to say something. I'm sorry we're your problem. I'm sorry we're your problem. You know why people are declining? They got kids in school and they work in West Maui. You got the one way in and out every freaking day with traffic that's out of control. Okay, they're declining because the necessity of keeping their job and getting their kids to school, keeping their scholarships is to be in the area. Okay. So, you know, I really thank you for understanding that and not having a hard, fast rule. They want housing desperately. This housing plan is critically and way overdue. Okay, but the declinations aren't being because somebody's being picky or they don't live too far away. It's a logistical reality. So I'm sorry I'm getting a little emotional here, but there's a human face.
Yes, sir. And
No, more so why we need a plan
Yeah,
so that
and I agree,
we can
and I
see how
agree.
it all relates.
And there is, if FEMA takes them out and they decline, the question is why? Why are you declining this?
Mm-hmm.
And there is exceptions.
Yeah.
If the child goes to school in the area and they don't have transportation, there's elderly and they need care.
But
So-
this goes back to the caseworker again.
Yes.
Because if you have the caseworker, that's where there's a lot of missing pieces that the gaps are causing additional problems.
Mm-hmm.
So, sir, it's not a snap the chalk line and you're out. The
No,
teams, the teams
that's
continue to work.
reassuring. It was
Yes.
the term of the use of the word problem. You know, I just want everybody to keep in mind, there's human beings behind numbers.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's going back to the caseworker because the caseworker is the one that looks at the individual, their needs. And that's where if we don't get that addressed soon, the gaps just continue.
Yeah, and that's where we lose money and that's where we come.
So at some point, I'm not sure who the czar is on the state side. It seems like Josiah is the point for Maui County. I'm not sure who the point person is for the state side. No, but it seems like they're just the housing task force.
But you talk for what?
Well, to make sure, because you have the sheltering task force, you have the housing task force, you got all kinds of things going on. And so how do we make sure that they're all coordinated? Can't just be in silos because
Right.
that's kind of our issue.
And that'll be Haima. For everything.
Okay, so we need the sheltering plan and the housing plan to start to, I guess, mesh. I don't know what the time, I guess Luke and Josiah is gonna try to get something together by next week. And then we can try to post another hearing. Once we have that, then the departments can start to look at how they fit into the plan. And then that way BNF can start to look, okay, well, how much is this plan now that we have it? And then hopefully we can get nonprofits to say, okay, this is where we can fit in and the county. We gotta get that soon though. Especially if we're paying, what is it, 500? How much did you put in? 500 million total. I mean, for this effort. So there's obviously resources for this plan, but then we don't have a document yet. So I guess we'll hear back from you guys and call another briefing. But I guess on behalf of the committee, we want to thank everybody. I know this is not easy. This is hard work. You guys are all working hard. We just have to make sure that we can afford to continue to help not just Lahaina, but all of Hawaii's people and making sure that, we said this is setting precedent. And so we just have to make sure that we're diligent, but still sensitive. But we really appreciate all of your hard work. And if nobody else has any questions, we'll adjourn. So thank you.